fine.
Everybody was just on the economic.
Oh, you get from economic.
Good morning, everybody. Went well. Yeah. Welcome to the Governance and Priorities Committee. Call this meeting to order. Oh, I'm going backwards. I'd like to recognize that we are on the traditional territory of the Sunamo First Nations. Our clerk today is Ms. Sheila Gurry. The question period sign-up sheet is on the desk by the computers. If during the meeting any member of the gallery has a question regarding an agenda item, please write down your name and the agenda item on the sheet. At the start of the question period, the chair will call those who have signed up to the podium to address council. So first of all, introduction of late items.
Thank you, Chair. So there's a couple of late items. For item 5D1, Advisory Committee on Accessibility and Inclusiveness, we're adding a presentation from Natalie Sponagle, Legislative Services Clerk. And agenda item 5E1, Governance and Priorities Committee Agenda Planning, we're replacing the Governance and Priorities Committee Agenda Planning Master List. And that's it, Chair.
Thank you. Motion for the adoption of the agenda. So moved, Councillor Hemmings, seconded Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Thank you. And we have no minutes and reports. So governance and management excellence. Municipal Insurance Association of BC, Sheila Gurley.
Thank you, Chair. So today we are fortunate enough to have Tom Barnes, the Chief Executive Officer from the Municipal Insurance Association of BC, along with Sherman Chow, the Director of Claims. And we're going to go through a presentation for you that is made for us municipalities, and I hope you find very interesting. So I'll just turn it over to them to do their presentation.
Good morning. I'm Tom Barnes, the CEO of the Municipal Insurance Association, and with me is Sherman Chow, our Director of Claims. And we've got a couple things that we're going to go through with you today. Just first, by way of introduction, I know you probably were thrilled when you saw your agenda and saw some insurance guys were coming to start your meeting on. Even worse, I'm a lawyer. But even worse than that, we both find what we do really fast. But what I wanted to talk to you about, we've actually been doing a lot of these presentations this year because across the province, at the most recent municipal elections, over half of the elected officials were elected for the first time. So a lot of things that people always get into politics and run for council goals in mind, and they don't appreciate some of the tools that are already there for them to achieve those. And one of the things that they don't appreciate, and nobody tells you when you get elected to council, is that you own your own insurance company. And you can't really achieve any of your goals without insurance. So we might not be the highest priority item, but to own your own company for something that is absolutely critical for what you need to accomplish is a really handy thing. And so we're going to just spend a little bit of time telling you about the company that we own. And then we're going to give you some practical advice about never needing our services. It's a presentation Sherman and I have been giving for a couple of years now on various things, and forgive us if you've seen it before, but it's called Loose Lips Think Townships.
Anybody mention North?
And so Nanaimo, first of all, a lot of our members, a lot of local governments really place a high value on buying local and supporting local businesses. And you can rest assured that with your insurance company, we're about as local as you get because we're you. We have been around for over 30 years. Even personally, I spent my early part of my life in Campbell River before I moved around BC, so I'm an island boy. Sherman's dad's from Victoria. Spent most of his working life with BC Ferries, so we're just, we are what you are and we want what you want. The reason our company was started 32 years ago was because insurance was something that local governments, not just in BC, but all over Canada, the US, Australia, New Zealand, the whole common law world, insurance was something local governments simply couldn't get, or if it was available, they couldn't afford it. It was a huge crisis. And the UBCM and its conferences in 1985 and 86, it was the number, believe it or not, insurance was the number one issue that dominated both those conferences. And they couldn't think of any alternatives, so they decided to start their own insurance company. And I was involved at the very beginning because I was practicing law then. And I became the legal advisor to the UBCM and ultimately to the MIABC. And now it's 30 odd years ago, and I'm actually the only one left in the organization who was there at the very beginning. So you know that's not going to last long. And Sherman has been with the organization for over 25 years. So you've got probably two of the longest serving people from the organization here with you today. What I'm not going to talk. Nobody really cares about why we were started or why the UBCM did what they did, because that is in the history. It's history. And what people care about is what we can do for you today, and why you should still be proud of your membership in our organization, and understand how we can be so helpful to accomplish your goals. The weird thing, two weird things happened way back 30 years ago. One, the MIA just grew up organically in BC. It wasn't like there were consultants running around forming pools. It was the only thing they could think of doing. Well, the same thing was happening in Alberta and Ontario and Saskatchewan, Quebec, and all over the U.S. And what ultimately happened was hundreds of pools formed just to provide insurance to government entities. There today probably close to 400 different pools, and some of them very small, that just serve government entities in Canada and the U.S. And about 10 years after those organizations started growing up independently, they started calling each other, forming groups, because none of us compete with each other. And there are in North America probably about 50 pools that just do municipal insurance. And we know them all, and we've all learned from each other, and we've learned that if we are going to continue to survive and serve our members, we have to know more about our job than anybody else, and we have to be better at it than anybody else. One of the largest organizations of pools is called the Association of Governmental Risk Pools, and it has over 250 members. We're a member of that, and I was actually honored to be the first Canadian elected to the board a few years ago. And last year, AGRIP's members took in over $22 billion in premiums, which is interesting because the whole insurance problem that gave rise to our formation and all those other pools' formation was over by 1987 or 88 when all the pools started operating. And so you would have thought we all would have closed up shop and everybody would go back buying commercial insurance. Instead, there's tens of billions of dollars of premiums over the last 30 years that the insurance industry has watched governments spend on pools that they run themselves. So it's actually, the cool thing isn't why we were started, it's why we're still out there being successful in providing government entities the insurance solutions that they need. And we do that in two ways. One is we provide really good insurance coverage. Our mission is to provide our members with the insurance coverage they need. Secondly, our first board of directors said that our goal and the purpose of us being a business was to protect local governments from the volatility of the insurance market. That our rates were supposed to be steady. That's our number one goal. In 2003, our liability program took in about $12.2 million in premium. This year, our total premiums that we took in for our liability program, which is slightly larger than it was in 2003, because now we have some large cities like Victoria and Kelowna are part of the program. Our total premiums were $12.3 million. So that's about as steady as you could be over 15 years. There's probably nothing else on your budget that costs the same now as it did in 2003. But still, we have competitors out there. The insurance market has really been tough the last few years because prices have really gone down. In some cases, irresponsibly down. But now that tide is turning again, and in Ontario, they're facing a real serious problem already with renewals this year, with premiums going up 25, 35, 45%. So don't worry, ours are probably going to stay about the same. The city of Nanaimo was a charter member of the MYABC. A few years ago, we originally were started just to provide liability insurance. That is, when somebody sues a local government, we step in, take over the claim, we investigate it, we defend it, and if necessary, we pay it. And we did that for over 20 years. And then a few years ago, a lot of our members asked us to start providing more insurance solutions. So we actually did a survey, and we asked our members, if you owned your own insurance company, what coverage would you want it to give you? And because as luck would have it, you do own your own insurance company. And so we took all that and we went out to form a new program to provide property insurance and all the other kinds of insurance that municipalities need. And Sherman was put in charge of that. And so he was our claims manager, and we took him out of that position and we put him in that position being director of insurance. And we were given a task of forming this new insurance program without putting any of the capital that we had supporting our liability program at risk. So that required us to go out and negotiate with some of the largest reinsurance companies in the world. And Sherman and I literally hopped on a plane and went to Europe and talked to the biggest reinsurance companies in the world, and they know us because we've been around for a while, and we came back with the support to launch our property program in 2014. And the city of Nanaimo was one of the first, certainly the first dozen members to sign up. There was that darn Cowichan Valley Regional District was there right away. But you know, we've got a big presence on the island, so we now you're one of about a third of the municipalities that we are your own insurance provider, and we thank you for that. But if you're that tied into us, it really behooves both of us for you to know what you own and what it's doing for you. So on the liability front, what we do is we provide up to $40 million coverage for each claim. That seems like a lot of money, but municipalities can run big risks. And, he's so helpful. That's why we put him in charge of that project. So we cover bodily injury claims, property damage, and errors and omissions claims. In case you want to know, the biggest liability risk traditionally for local governments was in construction regulation, building construction. That was for probably our first 20 years or more. That was the biggest liability risk. We've done a lot of work on that, including writing a building bylaw that almost 90% of the local governments in BC use as the basis of the construction regulation. And today, the biggest liability risk we have in BC are a combination of big city fire departments and small town planning departments. And they vie with each other as to how close they could come to that 40 million. We've actually had both small town fire department, or planning departments and big city fire departments generate claims that notionally were bigger than that $40 million. And that's happened in the last 4 or 5 years. We haven't paid out any yet, but that's the size of the risk that you run. The other thing is, we just want to be, whatever you need for insurance, we want to be able to provide it for you. And Sherman's going to take you through some of the things.
You'll hear us talk quite a bit and repeat a few things over and over, because I think it's important for us to differentiate ourselves from the typical property and casualty insurance company. So you hear the ownership aspect and the benefits of ownership. You're hearing that throughout the presentation. But as Tom has indicated, we're not your typical insurance company. We are actually owned by the membership, and as Tom indicated, the city is involved with the liability program as well as the property insurance program. So thank you for that. We all require insurance in some form or another, whether it's for your car, whether it's your home, your boat, your trailer, your business, your life. It's not something that's exciting to spend money on, but it's important. It's important because it gives you peace of mind, right? And that's exactly what local governments require in order to conduct their business. You think about the multitude of services that members provide to their community, the properties they own, the sidewalks, the roads, unless you're a regional district. It's not surprising things will happen. And in order for you to do those things without worrying about what we make a mistake or if a claim is made, impacting the city financially, that's what you have insurance for. And so it's necessary for you to operate and provide the services and do the things you want to do. And the insurance is supposed to be a thing in the back that sits there when you need it, and if you need it. Our members own the MIBC. As Tom indicated, we're heading on to like 33 years of operation. We protect our members from third-party liability claims, property damage claims, air and emission claims, as well as protecting their own property as well. If you have a fire to a facility or you have a building that's broken into and equipment stolen, that's the kind of insurance that we provide. We are regulated like a financial institution by FICOM, which is now known as the BC Financial Services Authority. We were created, as Tom indicated, in the late 80s by UBCM. And it was a time where either insurance for local government was unavailable, or it was too costly, or limits were restricted, deductibles were extremely high. With 144 founding members, the MIBC was created in late 1987. We are not for profit, which doesn't mean that we want to go out there and lose your money. We use the insurance premiums to pay for claims. We have actuaries who will tell us, based on our claims history and experience, how much we will need to pay the following year's claims. And that's the premium we collect. We invest any surplus. If we don't pay out as many claims that year, or it takes longer, as you can imagine with liability claims, it could take several years for a claim to settle. We take that surplus, we invest it. The income that's generated from that is used to reduce administrative costs, pay for risk management and member services, which we'll talk a little bit more about later, because that's a very important aspect of the MIBC and what we offer to our membership. We also use it to subsidize the reinsurance costs. Tom made the comment about stability. I think that's what our membership likes to see and wants, is some stability, even though the insurance is an extremely volatile business. But the benefit we have is that we specialize in local government. Our members do more or less the same thing. So it's amazing when I do an annual analysis and compare it to past years, how stable our program is as far as the type of claims and the number of claims, considering how volatile insurance is. You just never know when something's going to happen. And as Tom has indicated, we do see big claims, but that's why we exist, is to deal with those matters. Also, if there's further excess in funds, we return that to the membership through risk management grants and dividends, and I'll be elaborating on that a little bit later as well. So the membership collectively owns the MIBC. It has a say in the way it's operated. We have member advisory groups that are formed for various aspects of our operations, claims, finance, member services, and it's comprised of people that are staff with our members throughout BC of various sizes. And what we do is we pitch ideas to them, as well as solicit ideas from them as far as things that we could do to make things better for our membership, to make our program much better and show value, because I think that's something that we're very focused on, is that insurance is insurance, but the MIBC is very different, and we're always working and striving to add value. So it's effective for you, and it makes us relevant. It makes the MIBC relevant, even though, as Tom said, this insurance liability crisis that created us is long past. So we're now telling a different story, and we're now focused on other things. So that's why we're here. We've been doing a lot of these presentations to councils and regional district boards, and it's been very well received, and we're happy to do it. And the final thing is the policy is constantly changing. It's improving. We add coverage, and these things are typically voted on by the membership at our AGM. So,
Excuse,
yes.
just one moment. Mayor Krog.
Sorry to interrupt, actually. Tom and both of you referred to the insurance crisis. Was there some particular claim, or is it just a general malaise at the time?
It was a combination of,
I'm just curious.
it was a combination of two things. One is just coming through the 70s, the whole concept of mass torts just ballooned, mainly out of the asbestosis claims in the U.S. And then personal injury claims started going up. So that was the international background, but the claim that became most notorious was one from the city of Brampton in Ontario, where a young lad was out in an abandoned municipal gravel pit on his dirt bike and jumped off something he thought was 6 or 7 foot drop, and it turned out to be a 37 or 40 foot drop, and he became a quadriplegic. And the courts wound up awarding a judgment of $4 or $5 million against the city, which the insurance industry already looking for an excuse to say local governments were bad risks. That's all anybody talked about in the insurance world for about 24 months there, about local governments. Now, in today's market, a quadriplegic award is probably going to be closer to $10 or $15 million. So,
Thank you.
I just wanted to touch on something I mentioned earlier. I talked about what your goals are. One of the things I do before we go and talk to council is I look up your strategic plan, which I can give you a bit of a dissertation on the quality of strategic plans of local governments across the province, because I've seen so many of them, but yours is pretty good. The last time I said that to a council, I took a break and the mayor came up to me afterwards and said, that was all done by the last council. Everybody thinks it's just total. Oh, that's too bad. So if you're thinking that as I say this, remember I've heard it before, but I'm going to plow through anyway. But you list your vision is to be a community that's livable, environmentally sustainable, and full of opportunities for all generations and walks of life. And our mission that we've adopted is through stable liability and property insurance, outreach programs, and expert advice, the MIABC gives its members the dependable support they need to keep their communities vibrant and alive. Our vision is a British Columbia in which its communities not only have the means to grow, but the freedom to thrive, enriching the lives of British Columbians in the process. And we really believe that. I mean, one of the worst things I ever see are playgrounds where the equipment's been taken up because people are afraid of lawsuits. We don't ever tell our members what to do. Our members should do what they think is best for their community. We never, and what some of you who are new on council, which I understand is most of you, have learned that one of the great Canadian politeness traditions that councilors have with each other is they are really reluctant to tell somebody they've had a dumb idea. And so they come up, you're getting over that, aren't you? and so usually they speak in some alternative code which involves one of two concepts. One, gee, that's an interesting idea, but yeah, we don't have room in the budget. Or two is, whoa, that's a real innovative thought you've got there, but you know, if we did that, our insurance company will never cover us. And I hate to tell you this, but I'm going to take away half of those great lines. Because I can't do anything about your budget. But we never tell people we want insurance. I mean, our policy has limits and stuff, but our policy limits are there. I'll give you a great example. Our policy limits are there because our members want limits and coverage. So one thing that we've been told by our members is we are not allowed to cover employment liability. We don't cover severance pay and wrongful dismissal actions. Because our members, because we don't have any money of our own, right? We've just got your money. And we've got everybody else's money that's pooled. And they don't want to pool their money to pay other people's wrongful dismissal actions. And so that's our member, you know, we certainly could cover that. I mean, the cost and all that, but our members have told us that they don't want us to cover it. But other than that, and I do get calls, most often when I get a call from a counselor, it is somebody will identify themselves and they will say, you know, what would your coverage position be if, and I immediately know that somebody's proposed something. And we never take coverage positions in a hypothetical situation. For a real simple reason is that from a legal point of view, we have an obligation whenever a claim is made or reported to us to investigate it, figure out what gave rise to the claim, and then determine whether there's coverage. If we just said, oh no matter how that arises, there's no coverage, the courts would frown on that. But what we will do, when you want to do something that you think might have some risks associated with it, or more practically that your staff thinks might have some risks associated with it, they call us and we work as best as we can to figure out a way to do what you want to do and minimize the risk. But ultimately, there's going to be risks associated with everything we do. And the bottom line is you've got insurance coverage to cover most of those risks. And I would argue that coverage is a pretty reasonable item on your agenda for the cost of business of taking those risks. So that's why we view ourselves as a partner and not as, you know, we're not the Department of No, we're the Department of how can we get this done.
So
I know I'm falling behind, but he stands up politely.
you don't realize how challenging it is. Like, Tom's a great speaker, and but a script is just a suggestion. You know, and I've done enough where, you know, I don't sweat anymore. I'm able to bob and weave a little bit, but I've seen others who've had to do this, and they're like, I'm supposed to say that. But no, I can roll with it. Tom's absolutely right. You know, we make it clear too when we get calls from our members who are concerned about an issue, about a service, about an activity. Our job is not to say no, but it is our job to point out to you what potential exposure there is. You know, if a claim arises, you know, your deductible might be exposed, right? A claim might be made. You know, will people be hurt? And those are the considerations. You know, it's one of those things where I talk about this a fair bit, about claims and managing claims and whatever, but I think a lot of our members aren't concerned about the financial aspect. They just don't want to hurt their people, their citizens. They don't want to do something that causes damage to someone's property. I think that's really what it boils down to. So what we do, as you can imagine, our core business, and I might be a bit biased because I'm the claims guy, is that we provide insurance, liability and property insurance, but our focus for the first 25 some odd years has been liability, and that entails bodily injury claims and property damage claims, errors and omissions, as Tom has indicated, and those claims are made. You can't avoid it. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's liability and the payments necessary, but if someone feels that that the local government has made a mistake or an error or caused bodily injury or damage, it's their right to make a claim, and that's when we get involved. However, unlike many property and casualty insurers, we go beyond just providing insurance. We provide non-claims related legal services or advice through our casual legal advice program, which is a subscription-based value-added service for a small annual fee. Our members who are on the program can call a municipal law firm that we partner with, and they can ask any question about anything. It's not restricted to liability claims or labor issues or bylaws, zoning, whatever. If they can't get that advice from their own municipal solicitors or it's going to cost, then this casual legal advice program is fantastic because you can make unlimited calls on all different types of questions and queries up to half an hour. And most of the time you can get the answer, you can get the information you need in that half hour. And if not, the firm that does this for us will advise the member that you might need to go back to your municipal solicitor, or we can give you a discounted rate if you need us to follow through, and they'll tell you how much longer it might take. But this has been a very successful program because a lot of our members, our smaller members, they may not give a lot of work to their municipal solicitor. Maybe they don't have that relationship where they can get a lot of free advice, a lot of free service, whereas some of the bigger ones, have that and they can make a call and you know that your municipal solicitor will provide that advice gratis. A lot of our members don't have that, so this program has been I think it's been in place for 5 or 6 years and it's been very, very well received. We also provide loss control. Another theme that you'll see us talk about, which kind of blends into the next point, which is about risk management education. I always say that the best way to manage a claim is not to have it in the first place. The best I can do is manage the costs, the expenses, the direction of where a claim or litigation might go. But the best way to handle this is not to have it. And that's where risk management comes into play. Loss control services, what that means is that we contract with an outside firm that will come to our members' community, and depending on what kind of facilities you want us to take a look at, or for them to look at, whether it's a landfill or rec center or something like that, they will come, do an inspection, provide a report, provide any recommendations that they might have as far as things that you could fix or improve that would reduce any liability exposure potentially. Risk management education and training, as I say, we really spend a lot of time with that. We have our member services department. Megan Charlton is the director of that department, and she's out doing a lot of education and training, as well as her staff. All of us kind of do that as well. We're all pretty well versed in risk management. And we like to emphasize, the ownership aspect and what the benefits or privileges are as it comes to ownership in the MIBC. And I'm just going to highlight a few of them. One is the telephone and email support. You think that's pretty straightforward, but we think it's very important, and we want our members to feel that we are truly an extension of their operation, that they can feel comfortable calling the MIBC, whether it's me, member services, whatever, and if they have a question, a concern, a query. And I took a look at the log that we keep with regards to the contact that we have with the membership, and specifically with the city of Nanaimo. We've received queries about coverage having to do with drones, docks, city-owned companies. We've had claims questions coming from your Parks and Rec, Public Works, Fire Department, Building Inspection Department, and then also seeking advice or visits to do workshops or seminars or anything like that. We're always happy to offer that service to our members. And in addition to the visits that we've paid this year to council and regional district boards, a lot of times we were able to connect a staff session, to be efficient. If we're going to go somewhere, we either invite a lot of members to come into one location and do it at one time, or we will do staff workshops and seminars. So we try and be very effective that way. Another thing I think that's is quite important, again, in the vein of risk management, is grants that are available to our membership, which is based on your subscribers account. You're allotted 1% a year based on your subscribers account, and that's available for any risk management initiatives that can reduce liability risk or loss. And it could be accumulated over time, so you can use it for a large project. And again, I took a look at the program as it pertains to the city, and it so far has utilized over or almost $310,000 in risk management grant funding. And here are a few examples. In 2010, $44,000 was used for the addition of 8 disabled parking stalls. 2011, $28,000 was used for a non-slip surface treatment for a pool deck. In 2013 and 14, $58,000 was used for a study regarding chlorine gas at a pool, and then transitioning to using a chlorine puck system. 2015, $36,000 was used to repave a multi-purpose trail, and in 2018, $53,000 was used for a geotech review regarding rockfall prevention. So those are just some examples of the risk management grants that are used.
Thank you. Councillor Guzman.
Could you read off that first item?
It was in 2010, $44,000 was used for 8 additional disabled parking stalls.
Oh, there was one on non-slip surface.
That was in 2011. $28,000 was used for a non-slip surface treatment to a pool deck.
Good, thanks.
Another thing that's missing on here, but should be, is another real benefit of ownership, and that's dividends. I commented on that very early on in the presentation. Since 2006, we've been paying dividends to our members, and the city of Nanaimo has received over $570,000 in dividends since 2006. So I think that's a very important privilege or benefit of ownership, because think about how often does your insurance company give you money back.
I want the record to show, I left that number for him.
And the final one I wanted to comment, thank you, Tom. The final one I wanted to comment on is the Risk Management Conference. I think is it 7 or 8 years, next April. We have this annual Risk Management Conference that brings in our membership from various departments. And it's grown from a starting point of 70, 80 participants to last year, which was over 350. And that allows us to provide multiple streams on multiple topics that will appeal to public works, to building officials, to whatever. And then we also have a theme every year. So 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, it was law enforcement. Last year was fire services. Next year will be emergency planning and services. So there's always a theme, and there's always something that is useful and attractive to our membership. So staff from our various members come to that. And one of the important things about that and what we do is that we want to bring our membership together and essentially have them meet with their peers, hear the stories they have, share the challenges, share the successes, because membership has its privileges, but we also say membership also has its obligations. It has its duties. And the duty is to each other. We want to bring bring people together, and they can share that information. You don't have to reinvent the wheel on an issue. If you have an issue that you're dealing with, you can always call a local government that's close by, maybe somebody that you met at the risk management conference, and bounce that question off and see, what have you done in this situation? Because dollars to donuts, they've had to deal with it. Right? So that's another important aspect of what we do, is to bring our membership together.
So with that, we're going to move on to the next presentation. I just wanted to follow up on the risk management conference, because it's
it's our biggest event of the year now. And it has reached the point where it's the largest gathering of municipal staff in the whole province. And we have people come from across Canada and the US to participate in that, just because it's of the quality. And not that it's a competition for you staff people here, but last year, Maple Ridge, Richmond, and the District of North Van all sent 20 people to the conference.
Wow.
You know, so like I said, it's not a competition. Nanaimo deserves to be, it's actually, we have everybody there from CAOs and CFOs down to line staff that work the public works trucks. And it's very rare for that cross-section of people to get to spend some time with each other and see how other people do things. So it's really a valuable time.
If you have risk management grant funds available, you can utilize it for the conference as well.
So we're going to move on to what our loose lips thing. This is some practical advice because the number, you'll notice all the stuff I talked about with bad risk didn't involve elected officials. It involved, and I'll never say this to your fire chief because they'll tell you the reason they're such a big risk is because they're not getting enough of your budget. I've heard that. But, or the planners, but you see, big city planners, they're not the problem, it's the small city planners. So but elected officials, when you do get in trouble, it's not the kind of trouble you want to get in. You don't want to get involved because usually it's something you've written or said. And you don't want to get involved in that because the media loves that kind of stuff. And it gets blown up and it gets emotional. And the worst thing is often we could get involved very early and try and get the situation calmed down. But usually that requires an apology. And I keep thinking, for crying out loud, we're Canadian. What's so tough about saying sorry? But actually, you maybe don't have any of those kind of characters in your community that some other communities have that are very good at being in your face and getting very aggressive very quickly and probably not deserving of much of an apology. And so this could be something that you really can save yourself some hassle with if you take our words to heart. And from any of your points of view, we don't just insure the city of Nanaimo. We insure each and every one of you individually. We're your insurance company. And if you get a situation that's starting to go off the tracks a bit, give Sherman a call. And don't worry if you don't remember who Sherman is. You call our number and they'll find Sherman. Because often, if it takes hiring a lawyer who specializes in this stuff to help navigate you through this, that's what we'll do. Sherman didn't talk about it, but from the very beginning, we've had one marching order about dealing with claims. And that is that our claims have to be dealt with on a principled basis. That we don't worry about what the cost is. What we worry about is whether or not there's legal liability on the person against whom the claim is. And if we do not believe that there is a risk of legal liability, we will pay a fortune to defend that claim. But the reverse side of that coin is, nobody in the province does more work on liability claims against local governments than we do. And we have a very good track record of winning claims when we go to court, which means we know the ones that shouldn't be taken to court too. And so sometimes we have to have that tough conversation. And so what we'll have right now is the non-tough conversation when none of you have said anything that could be of any problem to anybody, and then it will never happen.
Too late.
Too late. Well, good thing you're covered. The only thing I'm gonna say that is a big exception to this is the one thing we don't cover is a defamation claim being brought by one insured against another insured. So if you have two of you threatening to sue each other, it's on your own dimes and not on the taxpayers' dimes, which I don't think is too offensive. We just won't go there. So, so this is the biggest thing is what goes on, how you communicate. And
Am I talking over your notes? No, this is just Sherman's
subtle way of telling me that his slide is up there because I have to let him talk now.
Well, actually, you've already commented on what I was going to say. Which is fine.
But normally, when we talk, I'm probably one of the few people in the room whose brain has been afflicted by a legal education. But there are 7 torts. Oh, you too?
No, this guy.
Oh, okay. I won't ask you to name the 7 torts because that was first year law. But defamation is such a big deal, they actually divided it into 2 torts. One is libel and one is slander. And the other, the only difference is one's written and one's spoken. So it's just easier even for us lawyers to say defamation. But that's the one thing, saying something bad about somebody else is a way to get into trouble. And the other thing is to say something that is called a negligent misrepresentation. And that's something I'll talk about in a little bit. That took up way too much of first year law as well, but we will, we'll give you, you won't leave here with a law degree, but you will leave here with just a little warning about what to watch out for.
You're still good.
I'm still good?
You're still good. Moving on to the negligent misrep.
Oh, okay. I need my notes. It's been a long time since I read Headley Burn. I don't even know if that's good law anymore. Do you, Mr. Mayor? No, see?
You have the same attitude towards that. The local government process involves a lot of information. People are always calling or asking you for information. And it's of interest to them because it's tied to economic outcomes. And so whenever somebody is asking you for information, you got to have a little yellow flag. Information about anything. Because you get a developer that comes in and they'll have a casual conversation in your mind, and you think you're just speaking in generalities. And then the next thing you know, you're alleged to have made promises or suggested that zoning wasn't a problem or that this requirement wasn't a problem. And zoning and land use are really complicated things. And I'm sure you've had a lawyer in here as you've been going through rezoning or your official community plan, telling you what the obligations were and what you can or can't say before or after during a public hearing. But what we want to watch out for is people making what we think is unreasonable reliance on a casual comment that they think is really, they're relying on. They'll think it's some sort of insider information. So these are the legal things that constitute negligent misrepresentation. It's something that's untrue, misleading, or inaccurate. The untrue one is usually the easiest one to deal with. Even in today's, at least at this side of the 49th, something's either true or it's not true. There has to be a special relationship. And if you know what that means, you're free to instruct me, because that's how we wasted a lot of time in first year law. But it has to be a relationship that somehow the two of you have a reasonable understanding that one is going to rely to their detriment on what the other says. So that isn't very clarifying, I'm sorry. But that's the law. And then you have to take insufficient care in making that representation. And if all that, as a result of that, and then the person that you talk to reasonably relies on that to their detriment, and suffers a loss, then they could bring a claim to recover that loss.
Councilor Bonner.
Thank you. Since through you to our delegation here. So if I were going an example, I'm meeting with a potential developer of the property. And they say to me, we're thinking of doing this. And then I said to them, that's a fabulous idea. I'm sure it's going to go through, no problem. They then spend money to develop the plans. Council votes it down. They said, hey, wait a minute, we already had an okay. We spent this much money. That sort of thing. Is that a good example of it?
Usually people with a question like that preface it with, I have a friend. Yes, that's exactly the type of thing.
Okay.
In fact, the only question I was going to ask you was whether you had that meeting with the developer in the white spot.
No.
You would not believe the number of negligent misrepresentation claims against municipal elected officials arise from a developer asking them to meet in a white spot. I don't know why it's always a white spot. I was saying this up at the EKR, the East Kootenays, to their board in January, and they all looked at each other and went, we're fine, there's no white spot within 150 kilometers of here. But that's exactly the type of thing. In fact, we've had that case.
So we have 2 white spots in town. Are we in trouble now?
Just don't meet developers.
So this is just a little bit of advice, and I think a lot of it is pretty common sense. And I think Tom's also commented on a little bit. Learn to identify the risk. Follow your instincts. Tom always has this expression about, do what your tummy tells you. If you feel something is not right, that someone's angling for something, it's the whole idea is, if the party you're talking to have some economic interest and they're looking for a certain answer that's advantageous. You also have to be careful with people who shop around for responses. We've had that question, that situation where they'll go to various people in various departments and various elected officials asking the same question and waiting to get the answer that they want, kind of thing. So you have to be very, very careful. So learn to be a little bit more sensitive to that situation, your spidey senses tingling, all those sort of things. Okay? If you're not sure about something, then ask somebody. And I think that goes with, you can qualify your answer if you're talking to somebody. If you're not sure about something, or you're not comfortable with something, you can say, well, let me follow up with somebody, like the building inspection department or someone else, and not give the definitive answer or give the impression of that. So it's okay to qualify your answer, with the but and say, I'll talk to staff, I'll confirm with somebody and get back to you on it. Don't feel the pressure to provide an answer right away, especially if all your senses are tingling and you feel that they're just trying to set you up. And I'm not saying that that's the majority of the time that people are coming to you for that reason, is to set you up and get the answer they want, but you just have to be cognizant of it. And then use invariable practice. And what that is if my understanding is that if you follow a practice of listening to someone who comes to you with a question and always taking the step of consulting with the appropriate department and then getting back to the person with that answer or directing them to the appropriate people. If you get into a situation where they turn around and allege you told me this or you promised me that or whatever, even if you can't recall the exact conversation or the exact interaction, you can say, well, my invariable practice is I don't do that. I'll listen to what you have to say. If they're very general questions, I'll try and help you with it or help the citizen with it. If it's anything that's technical in nature or I'm not sure about, I will refer you to the appropriate people or I will find out the answer for you. And I would not tell you what you just said. It's just not the way I do things. And then also, again, going back to the very first thing I said about following your instincts, is that, sometimes you get a bad feeling about something. And if that's the case, you might want to record the discussion that you had, right? Or better yet, have someone else in the room with you so that you have a witness to the conversation. Because, we've had situations where dealing with plaintiffs or claimants where they have a very different interpretation of what was said, or they remember things very differently, or they remember what they want to remember and forget the other stuff. So sometimes having notes that were done shortly thereafter are helpful to refresh your memory, and it's also helpful to push back and if they send you a letter saying you said all these things, you can respond and say, well, I reviewed my notes and this is what we discussed. Or if you had a witness or someone else in the room with you, then you could point that out that I've clarified with my colleague that no, we made these points or said these things. Another step is, and it could be a bit cumbersome, is if you have that kind of meeting and again you're feeling a little bit unsure, is follow up with something in writing saying, oh, thanks for coming in, great talking to you. This is what I think we spoke about, and you just get that out of the way right away. So there's no he said, she said sort of situation.
Just to follow up on that invariable practice thing of service, it's such a great habit to get into. And to make it easy for you, we provided each of you with your own invariable practice notebook. Comes complete with a pen. And, if ever, because you guys are always being approached it sometimes seems like once you're on council, you never have any part of your life that isn't on council. And so everywhere you go, there's an opportunity for people to approach you about something. And try and have that book with you. Or if you're a generation or two younger than me, you can have your phone because you can probably enter notes on that and spell things more or less correctly than I can. But if you get somebody even casually talking to you about things like the future plans of the local government, or contracts or tender documents, interpreting zoning bylaws or the official community plan, subdivisions requirements or building regulations or business regulations or anything about municipal assets or property, those should be red flags, even in a casual conversation. And that is something that you should always make sure you write a note about. Somebody, you don't have to do it right at the time, although some people find that a little off-putting. If you're sitting there, put down your glass of wine, or worse, ask them to hold it while you pull out your notebook and start, Bob Jones asked me about property. But even if you just make a note after, relatively soon afterwards, that's perfectly acceptable, and you'll find it very helpful. You might even learn, there might even be a pattern to things that are being asked, that you're being asked about. Now, we go back to moving, onto the defamation. These are the claims that most often relate to elected officials. Basically, the law of defamation is primarily related to protecting somebody's reputation. And it includes slander, that's the spoken stuff, and libel, that's the written stuff. And we just collectively call it defamation. The biggest problem right now for you in defamation is the internet. It has widely expanded communication and the opportunity to say something that offends somebody. I don't know, personally, my risk management concept would be to eliminate the comment sections at all those media sites. There's always this tension between what's free speech that's protected under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and what is something that's actionable. But basically, when you start damaging somebody's reputation, your rights to free speech are in danger. And there is a misconception that elected officials have some sort of immunity because of their office. Now, it's true that there are, and I'm not going to get into a discussion of
of privilege and absolute and qualified, but as you're exercising your legislative duties or council meetings, there are some protections you have as long as you're not purposefully mean. But once you get to the point where you're arguing a technical defense like that, you're probably already in a situation that you wish you hadn't gotten into. But the biggest problem is, and Sherman's got a case he'll tell you about this, when you're dealing and you're responding to something on the internet, are you doing that in your personal capacity or in your official capacity? And that line is hard to draw, but it's a line that the courts will draw. The courts have been used to drawing lines like that for hundreds of years, trying to figure out who's an employee or who's not an employee, or whether they're doing something in their role as an employee or not. And the distinction for you is most local governments have something called an indemnification bylaw of some sort. You have your insurance coverage. Both of those are likely to help you in one way or another if one of these situations arises, but only if you're acting within what's called the scope of your duties as an elected official. And if you get offside of that boundary, then you could be personally on the hook for whatever is going on. So we never want to see that happen.
Councilor Bonner?
Thank you. Just a quick question on that one. I have two personas that I use on Facebook and I do comments. One is Don Bonner, and that's Don Bonner, City Councilor. And I can choose which one I'm replying as or acting as. Would that have anything courts could care less about that, or?
I would not think that would be irrelevant. I'm a little bit handicapped by answering this question because I'm a boomer of such an age that my life is very nice without Facebook. so it's, I know in theory of which you speak, but it's
You're just
nothing.
encouraging some of these other people.
But then again, yes, it could be very helpful if you're very disciplined in what you put on one persona and what you put on the other, and you have a really good reason for distinguishing between the two. It's not going to be determinative, but if you're very disciplined and you have a good rational basis for distinguishing that, that would be helpful.
No guarantee.
But just to say, this, I could say, Mr. Cuff said, you're always a counselor, even
Yeah.
if you say you're not. You're looked at as a counselor, even if you project your voice as, I'm saying this as a citizen. So there may be a legal distinction, but just sort of politically, I think people will still see you as the counselor, even if you're not saying this as a counselor. That's what he said. Choose to agree with that or not.
Tom indicated, I might talk about an example later.
I'm gonna,
Well, I mean, it's a good point, because it follows
there's
what's
law.
being said. I dealt with I handled a defamation, actually, unfortunately, I handled most of the defamation ones in the office. And I handled one where it was a situation where a mayor of a particular member of ours made comments responding to a blog, responding to somebody that he was familiar with, and made what the other person was saying defamatory comments. And there was enough evidence and exchange where I sought a coverage opinion on that very question, whether this person was making these comments in the capacity as elected official, as mayor, or in personal capacity. And there was enough evidence from our coverage counsel to come back and say that his opinion was that these comments were made in a personal way, and that and that's the position we took. And of course, the mayor pushed back on that. The matter actually went to trial, and the judge ruled that you made those comments in your personal capacity. You had beef with this person, and I'm getting to the point that you raised. I spoke at a regional district board meeting to a bunch of regional district board members who queried me about this situation because this mayor happened to be on that board. And one person said, well, I'm mayor 24/7, or so I'm an elected official 24/7. And my response was, I don't disagree with that. What I don't necessarily agree with is not everything you do is as an elected official. If you go to the grocery store to pick up groceries, right, and someone comes up to you and asks you as a question as an elected official, that's fine. But if you're in line and someone butts in and you get into a fight with that person, that's not in your capacity, that's not in your role as an elected official. So my point there is yeah, you're an employee, you're an elected official, whatever, 24/7, but not everything you do falls into that. And in this case, it was very rare and unusual that we would actually have a matter go all the way to trial, and the judge actually ruling saying, no, you had a beef. The city that you were mayor for had no benefit from the comments you made, and therefore it was in your personal capacity, not as part of your job.
That case actually went to appeal too. Just to give you from a legal point of view what constitutes defamation is basically three things that you don't want to do. You don't want to say something that's going to lower the plaintiff in the estimation of, quote, right-thinking members of society. You don't want to do something that's going to make other people shun or avoid the claimant. Or you don't want to expose the claimant to hatred or contempt or ridicule, which is, that's Twitter, isn't it? But, and you got to particularly, which I am on Twitter, but I've just never been fascinated. Like the Twitterverse doesn't care what I say, apparently. I go months without saying anything and nobody notices. Kind of like having teenagers again. But the most critical thing that you got to watch out is to never say something that can have an impact on somebody's ability to earn an income. Because the courts really jump on something. So those are your little guardrails.
So these are
Just one moment, Mayor Crowe.
As one wise woman said to another wise woman who I didn't know the originator of it, passed on to me once, keep your words soft and sweet. You never know when you're going to have to eat them.
So these are just a few bullets with regards to the types of example defamation claims that may or may not arise. Comments made about the mayor or elected official about misusing taxpayers' money for their own advancement, accusing a police officer of being drunk on duty. That's never a good thing. One counselor maybe calling another one an expletive, suggesting another council member is one of the biggest jerks that have been elected in a long time. Those are potentially defamatory. On this one, I was planning on commenting about the example that we just discussed about, the defamation claim that went to trial in the Court of Appeal, and at the end of the day, the judge made two rulings. One was that the comments were made in a personal capacity, not as an elected official, and the other one was that they were defamatory. And throughout the trial, if you read the pleadings or read the reasons, it was pretty clear that the judge felt that mayor had a beef and didn't like this particular individual, made these comments, and really did till the very end. And that's never a good thing. One thing about defamation claims is that, I might be jumping ahead here.
That's what you accused me of.
Yeah, well, it's okay because it's my slide.
Okay. Just getting the ground rules.
Yeah, is that I lost my train of thought. So I had a really good point.
Talking about the mayor.
Yeah, I think you were going to maybe go back to the apologizing links.
Thank you, Sheila. Because what happened is that for the longest time, through the trial and even beforehand, like through the blog and the exchange, was the plaintiff's lawyer sent the man letter saying, cease and desist, we want you to apologize. And instead of apologizing or even considering it, at first he ignored it. Secondly, when he did feel did feel he should respond, he provided an explanation for the defamatory comments that he made. And I'll tell you now, there's a big difference between apologizing and explaining. And in a situation with in defamation, the person who wants the apology doesn't want an explanation. And it doesn't help, actually, because in the trial, by maintaining and explaining, you're just reiterating your defamatory comment. You're not apologizing. You're not showing any contrition. You're not showing any remorse. That goes to the whole damages aspect of things. So that's another thing, is that when we get these claims, and we do get them, regardless of whether it's a claim, because a lot of times it'll be just a letter saying, you've made these defamatory comments, we want you to apologize, we want you to publish it in the local newspaper. It's not a claim yet for damages. It's essentially, are you going to apologize or not? And if not, stuff's going to happen. A lot of times, that's not a claim in our eyes, but we will jump in right away and retain legal counsel who has expertise in that field to review the comments, determine whether they are defamatory or not. Because sometimes you can make comments and they're not. Just because you don't like it or your feelings are hurt doesn't mean it's defamatory, as it pertains to the definition of defamation. So, we engage someone right away, and we will try and say, yeah, it's defamatory. Yeah, an apology might be the best thing to do, and sometimes it's hard to swallow. But the flip side of that is that if you don't, it could be extremely time-consuming for all parties involved. It could be extremely expensive. It's very traumatic. It's very emotional, and they're challenging claims to deal with. Either you deal with it quickly and get rid of it quickly, or else they will drag on for a long time, and you'll spend a ton of money. Okay. So Tom's already commented on understanding what is defamation, developing good communication practices. The mayor made a comment which is perfect. My addition to that is, and it's something you've heard, is if you have nothing good to say or nice to say, don't say anything at all. Okay. Don't trust the communications will be private, and that kind of goes a bit to the second bullet and something Tom had already indicated with regards to the internet. The communications that you send, texts, emails, Facebook, Twitter, whatever, once it's out there, it's out there. And you can't expect it to be private, it's only between you and I or whatever. It's going to get out there. And it has a tendency to just be forwarded on and sent on, and it can go a lot further and a lot wider than you anticipate. So be very careful about your use of social media and things like that. Be careful about the media themselves when they approach you and want to comment and all that. You have to be a little bit concerned about the information that you put out there is not private. It's kind of similar to when we deal with law enforcement and police department or fire departments and all that. You almost have to assume that someone's videotaping what you're doing, that they're watching what you're doing, and you almost have to have that in the back of your head so you're not doing something stupid, saying something stupid, or acting kind of unprofessionally or whatever. And Tom also indicated this, is that if you have a situation like that, if someone feels that they've been defamed and they send you a letter and they want an apology, speak to your municipal solicitor. Perhaps call the Casual Legal Advice Program if you're a subscriber. Call us and say, hey, this is happening. What should we do? And like I said, more times than not, we'll open a claim file and engage legal counsel right away to kind of help walk you through the process and essentially tell you. And this is, again, the challenging part is that, we'll have legal counsel review all the correspondence and give an opinion as to whether it could be considered defamatory and what are potential defenses that are available. And then having to break the news saying, this does not look good. And an apology might be the right thing to do. And then it's a matter of then crafting and wordsmithing an appropriate one that everyone can live with. But sometimes the demands from the other side might be, you can't live with that, you can't accept that. The alternative is, okay, you want to go through the court system and at the end of the day, perhaps even have a judgment out there for everyone to see that you defame this person just because you have an explanation or you feel very strongly, well, they did a bunch of things And if everyone knew the way they were talking to me and treating me and I was being bullied, it's not relevant. It's not relevant. So I think seeking advice in that situation is the best thing, and doing it in a very timely fashion. Take it seriously.
I love what happens as you mature in the later stages of life. When Sherman there lost his train of thought, it happens to me so much, I actually created a word for that. It's a noun. I call it a fly. That is a thought that starts back in there and it just floats off before it gets out of my brain. So, don't laugh. Someday you're going to have that. So, one of the best things that you can do to keep yourself sane and happy is learn how to communicate in a way that doesn't create unreasonable expectations. In fact, all aspects of creating reasonable expectations are really productive for your sanity and your success in your role. Local government's complicated, especially the stuff that really gives rise to a lot of these things like real estate development or tendering contracts. 2 years ago, I wandered into one of the sessions at our risk management conference, and Jeff Locke and Peter Johnson from Victoria, two lawyers, were up on the stage giving a presentation. And I walked in and I looked up, and they were so lawyer-like. I mean, you know the type, right? They come and they got their PowerPoint is like an 8-point font, full of every word that is part of their presentation. And Peter and Jeff are pretty lively guys when you're having a glass of wine with them, but when they're standing up front, it was like just kind of plotting a bit, and I thought, oh man, what's this about? And the room was packed. It was about procurement and tendering and your obligations, which is important to us because we insure that too.
It's next. It's next on the agenda.
It's next, there you go. And anyway, I heard in the next session a bunch of people laughing 2 or 3 times, and I thought, I gotta go there and see what that's about. But to my amazement, for the rest of that conference, I would talk to people, what was your favorite session so far? And they all went back to that over-lawyered procurement session, how important it was, because that is really where the rubber hits the road in terms of reasonable expectations and being able to deliver what people with a real interest in the process want to have delivered. So it's just, you're I know some of you have been on council for just over a year now, but you're probably in your second year, still open to thinking you're in a bit of a learning phase. And you're beginning to appreciate why some things that are described as red tape are actually really necessary steps that the process requires. And what I just want to encourage you to do is you've got tremendous people working in this city that are great resources and really know what they're doing. And find your way through your CAO down into that area, because they're the ones that are actually got to produce, and they know the process and they know what people should reasonably expect when they come to this. And that's a great place to start when you're discussing things.
So we're into the home stretch here. So the next 2 slides, I just want to talk about our claims approach. Our
I did that one, so.
It's okay. It bears repeating. It might sound silly that, don't all people act in a principled way. What we mean by that is that we feel that we are an extension of our members. It's your citizens who, by and large, have suffered an injury or damage. We should treat them fairly. We should treat them, with respect and everything and get both sides of the story. And essentially, it's important for us to investigate the claims thoroughly, get both sides of the story. We don't just get, the expression, deny first, ask questions later. That's not the way we operate. I think it's only fair that we get all the information and then respond and make our decision based on that. This philosophy we followed for many, many years, and it differs to a large degree from your property and casualty insurers. Much more bottom line, shareholder biased. If it's cheaper to settle a claim than to litigate or defend, then you just pay the claim and move on. We will do that in the situation where we have exposure. We want to settle the claim quickly and fairly and do it, as soon as possible, because the longer a claim drags on, the more it tends to cost. However, on the flip side of that, if we feel that our member didn't do anything wrong, that they followed risk management advice, they did everything that we've told them in the past to do, and we feel strongly about that, then we will defend. And we will defend that vigorously and spend the money to do so. I think that's what we owe our membership. It's kind of hard for us to harp about risk management and policies and this and that, and you do all that, and we say, well, we're still going to pay the claim. That's just not that's not the right message. And the MIBC has that reputation now that we developed over the last 20 years of being tough but fair. Okay. In situations where there's multiple parties involved, if everyone did something wrong, then everybody should step up. We'll step up. We're not going to pay someone else's share. And then the final 2 points about paying nuisance claims or paying for economic reasons, I've kind of alluded to that, as to what other insurance companies do, because they're more bottom line focused. That's just not the way we do things. We follow a very principled approach, and that's what our board and that's what our membership seems to appreciate.
All right, and then this is just your takeaway. I'm sure somebody wise has said this before, but if you underpromise and you overdeliver, that's going to lead to reasonable expectations. And that's going to suit you well over the long term. So, and that's our presentation. So, thank you. You've been so patient and feigning interest. No wonder you got all elected so much. You sucked me into thinking that you were really interested. There's nothing I find more attractive than somebody that laughs at my silly jokes. It's my kids called dad humor. But anyway, so we're quite happy to answer any questions you might have. And if you want to move on to something more sexy like procurement, we're
Thank you so much, and I found it a fascinating presentation. I have one question, and I'm in the insurance business. I have a CIP, so hold harmless agreements. You hear about that with cities, about hold harmless agreements. Are those a thing of the past, or?
No, I mean,
Still-
a lot of times the agreements and contracts, that's another thing our member services department does, review contracts for indemnity clauses and hold harmless clauses and insurance requirements. We review those things to make sure that they're not trying to pull one over on
Right.
the city. It has to be it's relatively specific as to what they're going to hold you harmless for their services, operations, etc.
Right.
But no, they do work. I mean, to us, that's a risk transfer tool.
Right.
So in a situation where it involves a contractor service provider and they're the ones that cause the damage or the injury, that's one of the first parts of the policy or agreement we will look to is the insurance clause and the indemnity clause, and whether they name the city as an insured, those kind of things. They do work, but it takes a bit of effort on our part to make them step up.
Okay.
Yeah, they go the other way though. Yeah, if you're dealing with, a railroad or anything described with the first two words, Her Majesty, they can be very difficult.
Yeah.
You've heard of the concept of downloading. The province is very good when they're, leasing provincial assets to you to want you to indemnify them for all their negligence that may pass, so,
Right.
and railroads are, they're just railroads. So.
Okay.
But, it's something that we deal with a lot.
Thank you. I have. Counselor Brown, was that?
Sure, yeah, just a quick question, and maybe it's organization dependent, but I'm just wondering, is the legal advice line open to elected officials as well?
Well, I have to tell, I cannot tell a lie. The legal advice line is open to anybody employed by or a part of local government that is subscribing to the service.
So yes.
It is a yes, but not all CAOs are enthusiastic endorsers of that service, used that widely. Just promise me that if you ever use it, you don't show up at council saying, you know, I got a free legal opinion.
I was just curious.
It's,
Counselor Bonner?
Thank you. We got our own mayor for that now.
What you paid for it.
Yeah, exactly. Forest fires and other natural disasters, do you guys insure those?
yes.
Okay, question for staff, where do our dividends go?
I've never heard anybody ask that.
Like, sorry.
Dividends, when we get dividends back from the insurance company, do it go in general revenue?
Yeah, it would, yeah.
Let's see. And is that a consistent dividend that comes
No.
back? No, okay.
No.
And,
It has been, but the past results don't imply future performance.
okay, that's what my lawyer says. How are we legally liable for our strategic plan?
No,
Okay,
unless you've defamed somebody in it. But
okay, we haven't done.
no, it may be like if you have a strategic plan and council passes a bylaw or a resolution that arguably isn't consistent with the strategic plan. Yeah, they're meant to be guiding documents. Have we ever had a claim to somebody?
Well, they'll allege it, but it doesn't
Yeah.
mean that there's exposure.
I'm just
And-
worried I might have said no too firmly too
Oh,
quick.
that's quite all right, I don't mind at all, I get it all the time from him. In terms of risk education, some of the for-profit insurance companies will will actually pay to teach you risk mitigation and then lower your rates based on that education you've received, especially for not-for-profits, mostly for decisions made by their boards. If we get risk education through the city for all of whoever asks for it, do our rates lower or not?
No, we tend to lower the rates and then do the education.
I like that, okay.
We do have a scholarship program for people that are interested in risk management, but it wouldn't be like for 20 people, it has a limit as to how many from the local government, but they can apply for the scholarship.
Thank you. Mr. Rudolph?
Just a context piece, I do know that some municipalities choose to self-insure. I just wanted to know if you could comment on that. How prevalent is that? Is it the larger ones, or why they're doing that? Not that, just so council is aware that there is that phenomenon that does happen.
It depends what you mean by self-insured. There are 188 local governments in BC, I think, and we insure 170 of them. So we insure, it's about 90% by number, but it's about 55% by population. So what you do have is some of the larger local governments that have a self-insurance program of their own. That usually means that they have a really high deductible, and then they fill that in with a different kind of coverage that is an excess policy. The really big ones, like the City of Vancouver, actually goes and gets reinsurance directly. I think they're the only ones doing that. But it tends to be something that some do, but it tends to be the larger ones. With our largest member is the City of Richmond, but you know basically it's the bigger ones that have the resources that want, and often it's something they want to control. They don't want us controlling their claims. They want to control their own claims. They want to have their own legal department defend their claims, and that's something that it requires resources and a choice as to where you're going to put your money, which most of our members simply aren't big enough to have those choices.
Mr. Sims?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to reinforce the support for the conference. I think it's one of the best conferences I've ever been to. And I kind of went there not really understanding what MIABC the first time I went a few years years ago. And suddenly realized we had a whole support system around us from legal advice, and they're working for us as individuals and as staff. We feel a lot less alone with that sort of flanking support we have. So I strongly support what you said about the delegation.
Thank you. Councillor Kessler.
I was just trying to fit in a certain situation, whether it's covered, like who we go to advice. But for example, like say if we're looking to pass a certain bylaw that there might be resistance to, for example, the City of Victoria passing a plastic bag bylaw, being open, being sued or challenged by the plastic bag lobby or whatever. Where it's not cut and dry, where actually it'll land, but it could open up the city to be sued or losing a lot of money in legal fees and that. Is that something that's covered? Is that we need to get our own separate legal advice?
It all, I hate to do this to you,
Yeah.
but it depends. If the allegation, if it depends what they're claiming. If they are claiming damages from you, then we cover claims for damage. But if they are suing you to declare the bylaw invalid,
Right.
then they're really trying to have the court strike down the validity of the bylaw, and that isn't.
So there's no ongoing loss to us financially.
Yeah, and then, you see, there's no claim for damages there, so that we wouldn't cover that.
Gotcha.
Now the situation is more along the lines of cost of the city doing business. If they're going to make decisions on certain bylaws, then you would typically seek advice from the municipal solicitor to say, well, where does land here? Do we have the legal authority to do this or that? That's unfortunately part of the city's business too. But if a claim arose out of that later,
Right.
then that's something that we may respond to.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Earlier you referenced the $40 million amount. I'm just curious, is that set by the board and the members, or how did that number get chosen?
It got chosen because of, originally we started with $5 million. That wasn't enough. But that was all we could afford, and we just try to keep, as we could afford more without increasing the costs,
Right.
we added to that. And about 3 or 4 years ago, when the insurance market was really soft and the prices were really down, we cut a deal with our reinsurers and said, we will let you keep our price the same next year, but would you mind adding another $5 million of coverage? And they did. And now this year the market's hard and they're talking about raising our prices, but they're leaving the $40 million up there.
So just if I may follow up,
Yeah.
if there was resulting in significant payouts due to a series of claims, what would happen to that number over time?
Well, that would depend on what the claims were. It's hard to see a claim situation that would lead to that. There are a couple that, because this is the life I live. For example, with climate change, one of the biggest problems we have, and people always say, what's our big liability exposure for climate change? Your big liability exposure for climate change is your storm sewer system. Because we get these intense weather events more frequently now, and a lot of local governments design their storm sewer system to a capacity that isn't capable of handling it. And because we're getting 1 in 100-year events every 2 or 3 years now. And what happens then is the system backs up, it floods people's basements or worse, and then they have insurance, and their insurance company comes in and pays for the repairs, and then the insurance companies get together and they sue the local government. And I won't go into the difference between nuisance and negligence, but the city hasn't been negligent. Its system just got overwhelmed, and its system was designed for the capacity it is because that's what the city could afford. Perfectly reasonable thing to do. there is a statutory provision that says that a city can't be sued, and let me just leave out the qualifiers, because there's only at least no more than one other lawyer in the room. A city can't be successfully sued because of the backup or because of the breakdown or malfunction of the sewer system. That is a qualification that none of the other provinces have. And the courts have said that a city being overwhelmed or a system being overwhelmed by a big weather event, that's neither a breakdown nor a malfunction. That's just the system acting as it was designed to, which means there's no defense to that case. Now, we're not a lobby organization, but we have been pointing this out to both the province and UBCM for a number of years, that if you don't remove those three words, breakdown or malfunction, there's going to come a time when cities are just, the insurance industry is very good at transferring their losses to the taxpayer. And there's going to come a time after time after time where those claims are going to have to be paid. And then it's no longer a fortuitous event. It just becomes, and that's something that actually could undercut the entire system.
Sorry, could you just repeat that again about removing the clause breakdown or malfunction? That's leaving liability exposure?
Yes, that's leaving liability exposure to which there is no defense. Because no matter how good you are, no matter how non-negligent you are, you're still going to be liable for the damage that those sewage claims have caused. So we worry a bit about wildfire. I mean, we obviously worry a lot about earthquake. And we work with modelers and with the province, and we're doing a lot of stuff there. But that is a uniquely local government climate change risk that I feel like the little Dutch boy would try to stop the leak in the dike with that, because it's something that will just happen really, really suddenly.
Thank you.
And I've got Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. Thank you both. I've had the pleasure of working with Sherman since 2007, and they are almost like an extension department of the City of Nanaimo, the work that they do and the relationship we have. So thank you both very much. And then just a couple of points. One thing to remember about the services that MIA, when I'm trying to explain it to other city staff or members of council that ask, it's really a claim for damages. So it's either a bodily damage, injury, or property damage. So that's kind of, if you keep that in mind, then we kind of know where the advice or where their services kind of keep in mind. And then just to the $40 million per incident, it came into my mind probably about 5 or 6 years ago that might seem like a lot of money, and I was thinking, wow, we're well insured. But if there is a massive event, like a dam breaking or an earthquake, that's the incident, and 40 million.
Nobody gets it.
No, well, sorry, it's been in my mind for a while here. That 40 million for everybody that experienced the property damage or the bodily injury isn't a lot of money if you think that's the incident. It's not per person, it's per the incident. So, and then the Local Government Act has that protection for us against the malfunction and or breakdown. So yeah, good on you for lobbying them for that change. So thank you both.
Thank you. And just before I move to Mr. Bonner, when I was thinking of the 40 million, I was thinking of perhaps a city, a municipality not doing building inspections properly or something, and the roof falls down while the mall is full, right? That would be a huge loss. Probably. Councillor Bonner.
And this is probably, I'm not sure why it hasn't come up already. You're talking about sewers that were built to a certain capacity and now are being overwhelmed, and we're not responsible because we built them right. How about, I dare say this out, sidewalks that are on city property that are not cleared properly, even though we have a bylaw that says they are to be cleared?
Oh, sidewalks, snow removal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, that's, sidewalk claims are the number one source, sidewalks are the number one source of claims to local government. And
So it's better not to have them?
then you'd be a regional district. The problem with the snow clearing bylaws is they don't really affect liability because that's just not something that can be done with a bylaw. Your protection there is to have a well thought out policy that everybody in your organization is aware of and understands and works to. And it doesn't really matter what the policy is, as long as it's well articulated and well understood. In terms of, for example, I don't know, you obviously haven't been sued a lot on it because I don't know your policy by heart. But you may have a policy that says, when there's been a snowfall event, our number one priority is to clear the following major streets. Number two, and you'll have a cascading list of priorities, and this being the West Coast, by the time you're at about priority 3, it's rained and the snow's gone. But in terms of sidewalks, that generally becomes something that is just further down the list because you want school routes and bus routes and hospitals and stuff taken care of. And what you need to do is simply have a policy that says when those are going to be cleared. The worst kind of policy we run into are the ones that, and then we'll clear the sidewalks when we get to Chaps, because that's too open there. But that's really what you're looking for. Yeah, we have some really bad claims just because there's people not clearing the sidewalks in front of their businesses or their homes. But yeah, it's a bit of a common problem. But there are risk management solutions.
Thank you. No further questions? Now I ask if there's any questions from.
No, and we'll wait for the end of the meeting for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we did have a scheduled recess for 12:30, so
Yes.
if there's no more questions, you could go.
And do I need to ask for a motion for recess?
No, you can just say we're going to recess and give an approximate amount of time that we're going to recess for.
Thank you, gentlemen, for a fascinating presentation.
Thank you for saying that.
We are now going to recess for lunch. Thank you.
What time do you want to pick?
So,
Half an hour for lunch. Do we have time? Don't we have?
yeah, we can be back at 10 after.
10 after 1. order.
Come on, buddy.
Counselor Thank you very much, everybody. Calling the meeting back to order. And the first thing we have is presentation from Coastal Community Social Procurement Initiative and Laura Mercer.
Thank you. At a previous GPC meeting, there was requested that a presentation from the Coastal Community Social Procurement Initiative be done or arranged. And so we have Christy Fairholm Mader here from Scale Collaborative to tell you about that initiative.
Thank you.
Great. And Ms. Jane Rushton as well.
My cards.
Okay, you can hear me? Awesome. So I'm Christy Fairholm Mader, and I'm the project manager of the Coastal Community Social Procurement Initiative. So along the bottom of here, you can see the 4 organizations that help deliver on the Coastal Community Social Procurement Initiative, CCSBI, Presentations Plus, and By Social are social procurement experts, so they really work and do the training with procurement staff and with, I would say, the local government side of things. Myself, it's with Scale Collaborative, and we do a lot of, aside from project managing the initiative as a whole, we also provide support to goods and services and social enterprise suppliers. So we're doing a lot of the training and capacity building with those folks. And then the Vancouver Island Construction Association, they're doing the capacity building and support to infrastructure and construction side. So I'll talk a little bit more, but that team of 4 covers sort of the range or the breadth of capacity building activities for social procurement as a whole.
Oh, there should be a clicker there, and then just to the right and the left. There you go.
Okay, so the CCSBI is started many years ago, I guess about 3 years ago, and starting to get it moving and looking at how together as a region we can mobilize and implement best practices around social procurement. And to date, we have 20 local governments participating. So this map demonstrates sort of the regions where we are. So we've got Victoria down at the bottom. We have Tofino sort of on the left coast. We have at the top Port Hardy. We have the mid-range is well represented, and all the way from Gibsons to Powell River. And so it's growing a lot faster than was anticipated. When the initiative started, there was 6 local governments that participated, and then it's got bigger and bigger, and hopefully we'll be able to get everybody onboarded. And the goal of it is to really implement the policies, the practices, and the best practices around social procurement. And we do that through training and education, and one-to-one support consultation. So that's the scope of the services. So, and the reason why social procurement has emerged is because more and more complex challenges are being felt at the community level, right? We see sort of that integration of sort of stuck unemployment or underemployment in some segments of population. We see stuck issues around poverty or disparity. We see homelessness. We see sort of this rise of complexity, isolation and loneliness. And this is where we begin to think, what are all the different tools in the toolbox that governments have in order to be able to address these kind of issues? And for a long time, it's been sort of, programming and services, and this kind of approach is how we address social change or social issues in community. And now it's beginning to have a shift to be like, okay, but what if we aligned our organization in all different ways to address these issues? And so this is where procurement becomes part of that alignment. On Vancouver Island, just with the 20 local governments that are participating in CCSBI, there's a $500 million annual spend on goods and services. So this is not infrastructure spend, it's goods and services spend. And that we anticipate sort of like a $1.5 billion annual spend when we include infrastructure. So, but social procurement is coming really from all different levels of government. And we can see from the federal level, there's been an increased interest in having social procurement objectives be integrated specifically into federal infrastructure projects. So that's making its way felt in terms of, we look at that $20 billion annual spend on federal governments, 80% of that spend is taking place at the local level. So there's the potential to have social procurement become just a really integrated part of how procurement is done.
Excuse, Mayor Crowe?
Just to be clear, that's 18 to 20 billion spent in our region, or are you talking
No, this is national.
nationally?
Where are you? Sorry, 18 to 20 in the,
Goods and services, the federal government?
yeah, potentially in BC.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm getting,
Yeah, thank you.
the geographic.
Yes, for sure. Thank you for the clarification. So the real shift for social procurement is to be able to look at what is the best value that people have for the money. So for a long time, and I'll talk about this in a little bit, procurement, as you know, has been, what's been the lowest price, right? So there's been a real emphasis on financial. And when we begin to shift with what's the best value that we have, we can begin to use the dollars to achieve multiple outcomes and objectives. And that we're beginning to leverage that social value from existing procurement. So these are dollars that are already being spent that you begin to integrate a different value equation around. And so it becomes really strategic. And how we're seeing or how we work with local governments to be able to do that is to align your procurement to your strategic goals, to your community priorities, right? So we're seeing that alignment to strategic plans, community priorities, official community plans, however that looks, and be able to ask the question internally and within the staff is how can we also achieve these goals through our procurement? And so we have our purchaser value, right? And that's you need something, right? You have a supplier value. The supplier says, yes, we'll provide that to you for this cost. There becomes a transactional approach. And then there becomes a social value. So what's the social value that's created by the purchase? And when we begin to combine all these things, we really see a community value come from that. And as I mentioned, this is an evolution of procurement. For a long time, price and quality got the contract. Right? Lowest price combined with quality for a long time. And then it began to shift. So we see a shift where it was like price and quality, but also what's the environmental impact? And that we want to be able to take that into consideration. And so that began to have a rise, and we see the rise of sort of green procurement or sustainable procurement begins to be a part of that. And then we have another part that begins to now come in the last 5 to 10 years, which is that what's the price, the quality, the green impact, as well as the social. And so it's beginning to think about those different layers of impact that procurement can have. And that it begins to build on this idea that there's healthy communities are connected to it. So we can begin to integrate things like, let's build human capital. Let's begin to think about the skills and the learning and the training that can come from the procurement dollars that we spend, right? Let's think about how we're beginning to look at how we mobilize and where we put our income and what our financial capacity, what's our investment ideas that we're having, and is our investment aligned to our goals as well? So there's a whole economic capital and financial capital in there. How's our social capital? Is it we're supporting sort of those institutions that build community? How is that connected? Cultural capital. Are we looking at supporting the cultures in our community? Is there diversity in who gets procurement, right? Is there diversity in sort of the business landscape that's in our community? Are we building on our existing cultures? And then, of course, physical capital. It's the stuff that gets built, right? And all these different types of capital that we have begin to build and make the fabric of community capital.
So for our next steps for the city of Nanaimo, so we want to revise our procurement policy, and we came to you mid-November and to hire a consultant to help us do that. He is on board now. He's ready to get started. So we really want to emphasize that. Part of his scope is going to be to help us benchmark our current state, but one of the challenges that I have, and I think you may recall, is that when we open a proposal, we need to know what part of that whole large social umbrella we're trying to target. And I think when what we want to do as part of the procurement policy piece is to have you interviewed by the consultant to choose some of the high high target areas that, from the social network, and so that we can channel our resources in that direction. So I'm just going to leave that thought with you, but we want to be able to benchmark that thought, those goals, as part of our next step. And we also want to develop an inventory of suppliers that incorporates those social values. So similar to what Christy said, what do we have here in the community? Who can help us get to where we need to be? And of course, we need to select a small pilot project or projects and test, evaluate the results and learn from that experience.
Oh, do you have another slide?
Yeah. So just to leave this thought with you, so this is from the United Nations. So there's so many different areas, and if you click on any of these, embedded in them is about 20 to 30 more subsets of each one of these. So social can be quite large. And if we try to tackle it all, we won't look effective, or it will only just be that we said, check that box. So what I'd really like council to think about is, what are those important pieces to you, so that I can communicate that back to staff and we can really start to see some change, either through our pilot projects or through our single sourcing opportunities that are in front of us. So one of the outcomes will be that I'll ask Sheila to help me organize a meeting with yourselves and the consultant, so that he can start to pick your brain and start to facilitate that in a meaningful conversation.
And this is, just to reiterate, that this...
Just one moment, I have Councillor Hemmons who would like to ask a question.
Thank you. Just to back you up on that, so what I'm learning from my involvement with this initiative is that social procurement can go in a million different directions, and what this policy and what these interviews are going to allow us to do is really direct what our values are as a group to determine where we want to take the policy. So we could go really hard on the environmental lens, we could go hard on accessibility and inclusion, so I guess I'm just backing you up to say that it is a really broad scope that we could do, and in order to be effective, we want to kind of tailor it to what our values as a council are. And my question for you, Jane, is that in our 201 training, we learned about how going to businesses locally that we're already doing business with is going to give us good feedback as to what policies they maybe have in place around hiring local apprentices or sourcing local ingredients, for lack of a better word, or whatever. So will that be included in the policy development? Will the consultant be going to the people that we're already doing business with?
Yes, part of his scope is to interview suppliers that we already have on board, to figure out where we are in this space, because we don't know, but we don't know what to ask them right now because we don't know which direction we're going in. So is it inclusion? Is it apprenticeship programs? Is it something else? So without that focus, we're unable to draw from the community where they are right now, the supplier community, where they are right now, and do they have any interest in taking it further? We don't have that yet.
Okay, thank you.
And I want to just iterate as well that this is the process that as people go through the 101, which is the first stage, it's looking at what is social procurement, how does it work, what does it look like legally, what are the sort of boundaries around it, what can you do, what can't you do, so there's that whole piece. And then the 201 that was just being referenced is it's really looking at, okay, what's the social procurement policy look like? What are your community values, your community priorities? How do you align your spending, and actually identifying upcoming projects that you can pilot to begin to test that spending? And I'd like to talk a little bit, yeah, absolutely. I'd love to talk a little bit about sort of some of the parameters around social procurement.
I have two more speakers. First, Councillor Thorpe.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'll express this now, maybe it's more appropriate later, but it seems to me, and I support the concept of social procurement in general, but it seems to me that developing a policy is going to be, it's going to be very difficult, and it's also going to be prescriptive. And I don't see how we can be prescriptive or have a set policy when every situation is different. And so I would fully support our purchasing department looking at procurement with a social procurement lens and using their own common sense and the values that council has maybe expressed. But you've got so many factors that you would have to weigh. I find it very difficult to imagine how you could have one policy that says, bang, we're gonna choose this supplier over this one. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I support it in general. I support the philosophy, but to have a purchasing policy that is specific to the extent that I'm hearing you want it, I think would be a real challenge, and I'm not sure that would even be in the best interest of the city.
It might have been a bit of a misnomer. We will be writing the procurement policy not with the weighting or saying exactly how to make purchasing do what they're supposed to do, but to give us the guidelines on what is important. Because right now we say we will do social procurement, but from this, what part of that is important to council? That's the pieces that I need. Is are we looking for apprenticeship programs? Are we looking to have more diversity? Are we looking for firms that hire disadvantaged? Which of those is more important than the others, I guess is what we're trying to drive at. Because to do social procurement and trying to hit everything, we could do it, but we can't, first of all, we can't first start with measuring it all. That would be an inordinate amount of work. And then to go ahead and try and hit all of those targets would be, again, another body of work that I'm not sure that's what council wants us to do. But I'm interested in hearing what that looks like.
And as a follow-up quickly, I guess that's sort of to my point. I'm not sure that a specific policy is necessary if you're given a general guideline that council, if council did vote to support the principles. And then use our staff expertise to look at each situation. Buying local as compared to buying fleet off the mainland. Local employment, well, maybe they offer a better apprenticeship program over there. You know, it could just go on and on and on. There's others trying to speak as well, so I'll defer to them.
Policies tend to not be prescriptive. They tend to be values-driven and principles-driven around what you want to achieve and aligned to your community priorities. And then yes, when it comes to the actual bid section, it begins to be like, okay, those questions become a little bit more. How many people are you going to employ? If you want to have a youth employment target, how many youth apprenticeships do you have? How many disadvantaged youth do you think that you're able to employ? What are your strategies for providing accessible employment and keeping people employed? It begins to ask those questions that then fit into each bid is different, right? So at the policy level, it's around what are the values and the principles and the general directions that help you achieve your overall strategic directions. So I agree, yes, it's not prescriptive, but each RFP will look slightly different depending on what you're asking for, right?
Thank you, and I have 4 more speakers. So Councillor Gessenbrock, you're next.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I'm really excited about this and definitely appreciate how complex it is once you start getting into purchasing and then, across different departments and different situations, and then also being able to take these broader values and what does that look like in measurable outcomes. It is a large project and one that we need to just strategically begin working bit by bit, but it's something that is incredibly overdue and important, because when I look at $500 million of government investment in goods and services on this island, if we are smart in where we're investing that, we can be investing that in the diversification of our local economy, local production, both manufacturing and agriculture, but also to providing employment to the level and standards that we value, and not purchasing items and goods that are being produced where folks are working under conditions that are not healthy, and also trying to build a more inclusive way of going about it. And it's not going to be simple, and it's going to cause huge hassles for departments that have been operating for, since the beginning on the basic policy of what's the cheapest quote. It's a big change, and I think we all need to appreciate that it's going to be cumbersome and it's going to be a process, but to just start picking away at it and finding it out. And so, yeah, it'll be very interesting talking to this consultant. I look forward to that conversation. And if there's any information that can inform council on sort of what the different metrics that we could be choosing from or thing, I think that having us all educated as best as possible as we enter this discussion will allow it to be as productive as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mayor Cope.
I want to second to some extent the comments of Councillor Thorpe. No one's going to sit around this hill and say, gee, we don't want to encourage all of those fine goals up there. And I'm not being dismissive when I say that, but the rubber has to hit the road somewhere. And the rubber hits the road ultimately with the people who work for us and have to make those judgment calls every day. And I'm reminded of a timely phrase an RCMP officer used many, many years ago in my Law 11 class around marijuana laws, that a law that couldn't be enforced was a bad law. So ultimately, what are you going to do to make sure that the process was fair, and who's going to monitor it, and how much time we're going to do in terms of ensuring that our procurement policy is working and the right company was selected? And also, how much do we expect of those suppliers of services? I mean, if you're talking about a one-off purchase of $5,000 a year for the city of Nanaimo, I don't know that every small business person in town is going to be bothered. If you're talking about a $2 or $3 million worth of services to the city, there's an incentive there to insure. And how do they insure? Do they actually change policy? Do they simply fill out the application with a bit of, how shall I say, exaggeration? Which has been known to happen in sales situations, from time to time. And if so, who's going to monitor? Do we rely on the other bidders to effectively deal with it? I think at the end of the day, outlining this in terms of goals is really important, and what we want. And I think, and in great respect, I think the judgment's kind of obvious. If you've got 5 companies bidding, and you live in a community with substantive Aboriginal population, and their unemployment rate is, say, 30% as opposed to a general unemployment rate of 25%, I think that's an easy call. And I think intelligent people that you hire to work for you, understanding what the goals are, will probably be able to do that. But I do worry about getting overly prescriptive and something that's terribly across the board, because it has to be applied to specific situations. And I'm leading to a question. What's the smallest amount? I don't have the information in front of me, and I'm not clever like these younger people here who keep reminding me to pull it up and tell me, but what's the smallest purchase we probably make from a single supplier or service provider? And what's the largest roughly? And I'm not asking for an accurate number, just pull it out of in a given year in Nanaimo.
Through the chair. So we have, as you know, a broad base of suppliers and a broad base of spend. So we could be single sourcing up to a minimum of $5,000 to one. But we are not allowed to single source beyond the $75,000 threshold. Under an open opportunity, we have the opportunity to build in the criteria of the goals that we're trying to reach, and those contracts can be in excess of $250,000 to $3 million. There is a very broad range. So,
yes.
And if I may just go back to the point that's been made, it's talking about, I think it's adjusting the mindset based on policy. But I think it has to be realistic in recognizing how far you can go with this, and not overly bureaucratize a process whose ultimate goal is to benefit the local economy and local people. Because at the end of the day, with great respect, we're municipal government. My job is not to worry about the citizens in Victoria and whether they've got decent jobs. In essence, my job is to worry about whether the folks in Nanaimo do. The City of Victoria has its own council to do that, and I think that's, from my perspective, when the consultant talks to me, that's what I'm going to be thinking about, is this jurisdiction, the people who live and work here.
Thank you. I have Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I agree with the comments of Mayor Cogan. One of the concerns I see is legal challenges when you start getting down to your very descriptions. Are you looking at the impact it's going to have on the Northwest Trade Agreement and all the other things that we have in place? Is that been accounted for?
Yeah, so I do have more presentation, and we can stop in and have a conversation, or I can talk through it. It's up to you. I can answer those questions in conversation, or...
Just because I foresee, like, I mean, and having worked in the federal government, it wasn't about price, because if you went through Public Works Canada, it was a lot more money than if you could go local. So I don't think it's any about price, it's about who gets the contracts. That's why I think it's a big issue that you're going to have to look even here.
So it's all legal, and it's all absolutely complies with the trade agreements.
And as far as I'm concerned, it's best bang for the buck for the simple reason, we're already looking at a 5.2% increase, and if these policies are going to make it a 10% increase, we'll be in favor. And I think we've got to really think about that, because we're asking for our taxpayers to fund a lot of this, and a lot of them won't believe in that because they want bang for the dollar.
So if I could respond to that, because that is one of the myths that we hear a lot, is this going to cost taxpayers more? And what it does is it actually shifts, it levels the playing field in a way that you might not expect. So what social procurement does is it begins to value things like living wage, or equitable employment, or local sourcing, or supply chain management, that sort of thing. And often that, when you begin to value it, we see that it opens up more competition to local firms who tend to offer better wages, who tend to offer local supply chain. It begins to offer and value those things that are already in existence, but are difficult when they're not valued or you have a lowest price model. So what it does is everything has to be fair, transparent, competitive. It has to fall within the trade agreements. It has to hit the threshold. It has to do all of that. What social procurement does is it begins to equalize the value, and it begins to then allow competitive bids for smaller, more local SMEs is kind of what we see. We don't see a rise in the cost to deliver, and you can talk to your local governments who've been doing this. Qualicum Beach has rolled this out a few times, did not see a rise. But what they did see is companies and businesses and bidders beginning to upfront that value that they provide in community, which sometimes lies under the radar, right? We don't see it. And also then they saw bidders who normally would be like, oh, I'm not going to worry about that, step forward in a time when they might not have stepped forward before.
Yeah, I'm all for doing local.
And so that's what it does. And the other thing I want to say is, like, we are at CCSBI, we're local, we're for the whole region, but these are the principles that then get adapted for your community and roll out in your way. We're not creating a framework that's going to be used the same way across the island. It's really like, this is the principles, this is how it looks, this is how it can be deployed, here's the expertise to help you do this, how do you want it to look in the 90? And so it does become really localized to you. They're like, what do you mean by local? I'm like, that's for you to decide. And you'll see different communities are defining that in a different way. So I think it's Qualicum Beach. They're like, we consider local for a supplier that's within 100 miles or kilometers. Sorry, kilometers, everyone. But 100 kilometers. So they've defined it in that way. Other ones do it differently. So I think that it's really allows Jane and her staff team and you to be able to adapt it and modify it and make it work for your community.
I think that's good, because I agree with what Council Gasselberg said. Like, I'd rather pay an extra $50 and know that it's going to somebody that's making something, getting good wages, than somebody that's getting $2 an hour doing child labor. So I think it's going to be a really good discussion when we get to it, because I think there's some really valid points to it.
Yeah, and in terms of the social, the thing when you go with lowest price is that wage piece and that living wage and where things are sourced and how people are paid and work conditions and benefits is all the stuff that's first to go, right? So when you begin to value it, you help rise, right? You help lift.
For sure, whole community.
Thank you. I know you have more presentation. I have 4 more speakers. Councillor,
I'll be brief, and I just want to address what might be a misconception, and Jane, you can step in if I'm wrong. We're not writing a social procurement policy. Our procurement policy was due for a rewrite in January, and this is an opportunity to embed social procurement values into it.
Okay.
So we're not writing a new policy, we're not prescribing anything, we're rewriting a policy that was due to be rewritten with some new values that they're going to gain from conversation with us. So we could go with, all companies that prioritize the environment, great, we're all behind it. All companies that prioritize local hiring, living wage, so we need to give some direction to Jane and her team as to what those values might be, but this is embedded underneath our procurement policy that's already in place.
And Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you. All good comments. I appreciate the opportunity to learn more and value the conversation that I think will be coming. My question would be to Ms. Rushton. If I'm sort of understanding what you're saying, that the next process would be with the council priorities, would this be in the proper characterization where if, as it stands now, where there's so many and an application came in and they were equal on cost and sort of the quality of the work, but one hired local people and others used a technology that they didn't need to use as much water, you wouldn't have the criteria to judge one over the other. And that's what our policy would sort of empower you to say, well, this is the criteria. Council has prioritized low water consumption, so although this company is doing great work in local employment, this is the extra one-up that we can say we can go with this provider.
Through the chair, thank you. That is a very good summary. That's the challenge that I have right now, is which direction do I direct staff? How do we, when we're opening those proposals and we're evaluating what are the priorities for us, and how do we differentiate between the example you gave without a policy that says or goals set for us? How do we know which way to go?
Thank you. I look forward to that conversation.
Councillor Gesselman.
Thank you, through you. The trade agreement has come up quite a lot, and I'm just curious if that's going to be covered later on in the presentation, or if you can speak about it.
And I do want to just note to add to what Jane was saying is that all of you are members of the Coastal Community Social Procurement Initiative. So all of you can go to the back end where we have Welcome Beaches policy, Cumberland's policy. You know, as the policies are being developed, you can go in and you can see what the other communities are doing. And so there's that basis, how they're doing their criteria and their evaluation of bids. As they post their bids, what that looks like. And then we have a webinar specifically on how to develop your social procurement policy and what that looks like. So if you want to know more, we'll just onboard you. You get a password, in you go, and you can kind of tinker around and see the resources that are there.
Councillor Thorpe.
I'll try to be brief, Chair. Thank you. So thank you, and I appreciate the discussion, and I'm not opposed to it. I want to make that clear. I still hear that we're rewriting our policy, and what we're doing is adding in criteria, which seems to me could end up being a list of hundreds of criteria, which I just don't, I'm struggling with how you would ever grapple with it when making your ultimate decisions, but that's not my problem. What I did want to say is I need to take issue with Councillor Geselbrock's earlier comment to the effect that we need to start doing this because in the past we've simply gone with the lowest price. And I think that's doing a little bit of a disservice to staff and to past councils because lowest price has not been the only criteria used. And I think our purchasing department, without having this language to support them, has in fact looked at other factors beyond price. And I know we've had those discussions at the council table. Thank you.
And I'm just going to, if I may, I ask myself, may I respond? Just before you go on, I'll try and make it brief. I think that's the whole idea of this meeting is so that there isn't 100 items for us to choose from, but to say, is our priority climate change, or is our priority employment, or is our priority the Indigenous community? And narrowing it down for them to the top 3. They may have to make their own judgment calls sometimes, but just trying to narrow down what are the values of this council. So I think, so they don't have 100 to choose from. Anyways, go on with the presentation.
So this is the 4 buckets that social procurement tends to be targeted towards, right? So we have employment, and usually this is employment for people in your community that might be, I would say, stubbornly stuck in underemployment or unemployment rates. We know that even though we might have fairly low unemployment rates in areas of the island, we still have some population groups that struggle, such as people with disabilities have much higher unemployment rates, right? And so it's beginning to be able to require or see where you can sort of fill those gaps or equalize that employment. Training and skills development is another piece. social value supply chain. So this is asking your big suppliers around where they're sourcing from, right? And are they sourcing from people or suppliers that are presenting some of the values around employment training, community engagement, indigenous engagement, diversity suppliers, right? So one of the stats that comes out is only 1% of all procurement goes to women-owned businesses or women-run businesses. So that's a global stat. So if you begin to look at whether or not you want to start looking at those kind of diversity suppliers, you can ask questions, right? Are you supplying from locally women-owned businesses, if that becomes something that's important to you? So you can begin to ask those questions. And then the other one is community development. And this is when you have corporate or businesses who are good community citizens. They're engaging by providing and employing volunteer, they're partnering with nonprofits, they're doing the food bank drive and sponsoring that. They're partnering with other sort of ways they're helping build, sort of adding value to their procurement in ways that allow them to build and support community. And we keep that bucket fairly broad because, again, it looks different in different communities. So, and then really sort of simple, like catering events, maintenance, landscaping, recycling services, tourism services. These are all ways that social procurement has been integrated in and very quickly begins to show value. And I just wanted to talk about one of the ways that social procurement provides very quick value is by purchasing from local businesses that have these mandates already integrated. So social enterprises are one. And these are just a few that are in the region. You all know Well-Read Books. We have Coco Cafe. We have the Mindful Mouthful down in Cowichan that employs people with intellectual disabilities. We have Green and Go, which is a biodiesel social enterprise. We have a landscaping company that's a social enterprise. All the profits go back into building food security in Cowichan. So there's different social enterprises that exist across the region. These ones are a little bit more to the north. A whole bunch. I'm finding out so many different ones. So in the Cowichan Valley, they have a cleaning, janitorial business, confidential paper shredding. Your contracts to any of these types of businesses immediately go towards creating employment opportunities for people who may face barriers to employment opportunities, who are connected to a social value. So, legal. Okay.
Always my big one.
Yes, it is. So, yes, this is legal. And it's really important. For one, you cannot restrict competition, but you can require community outcomes for all bidders, right? So you begin to have that playing field and you ask everybody to respond to that in different ways. And that trade agreements have exceptions for contracting with nonprofits. So this is where we see the power of direct awards can happen if you're going to direct award to a social enterprise. And that trade agreements have financial thresholds, as Janie has talked about. So the big social procurement pathways that we have is social purchasing. So we have the goods and services, which is the part that I help build capacity with suppliers. And then we have community benefit agreements, which is infrastructure and land development, right? So that social procurement pathways exist. Right now with CCSBI, we're starting up here in the pilot phase, okay? Because infrastructure projects are really big and complex and require, now we are working with a few that have, like Tofino's got a water waste coming in. So we're working with them on their infrastructure project, but we're starting in terms of the pilot, looking at doing a social procurement policy, looking at rolling out that first RFP as a pilot, using it as a learning, tends to be more in goods and services. And the process is pretty simple. It's like looking at your social value consideration to those purchasing, adjust the criteria so that you begin to include that social value within that criteria. You weight the value of the criteria, you evaluate it, and you award. So there becomes what we call a social value criteria becomes part of the weighting, right? And that's the work that, again, Jane needs to do, is looking for those principles, but will be specific to Nanaimo. So here's some options. So below the trade agreement and municipal finance threshold, you can do a direct award to local businesses, right? So allowed to do that. So we see, for example, City of Victoria, they're beginning to mobilize their P-card purchases. I don't know much about this, I'm not a procurement expert, but they're beginning to look at how do they allow their staff to be able to take their P-card and begin to implement it to the local businesses that they know are doing good things in community, are creating social value, right? So there can be a social value weighting included in the purchasing process. Direct awards can be made to nonprofits and charities who provide services, so those social enterprises. If you do your direct award to, say, like all your catering to Coco Cafe, you would see their ability to employ people with disabilities in your community exponentially increase, right? That has a real impact and value. So community agreements, community benefit agreements can be negotiated, and large contractors, and this is again the work, is beginning to have large contractors that VICA is working with, the Vancouver Island Construction, to begin to look at how they look at their supply chain, right? How do they turn around and have food trucks? So one of the conversations is like, there's an Indigenous-owned food truck that begins to provide training for Indigenous youth down in Victoria. What if they came on construction sites and they began to do that construction site and they're providing employment in that kind of way? So it's not necessarily always direct employment, sometimes it's sourcing in that way. So again, to those trends, we see that future trend is what can we do opportunities? How do we integrate these four? And beginning to look at transformative. And I think somebody talked about the culture shift that takes place, right? Like in all this kind of stuff, beginning to think differently about what can we do? What is possible around this while still holding to trade agreements, still holding to competitive, fair and transparent processes, but also moving towards thinking about what's possible.
And Councillor Gesson.
And that's,
Oh.
and there we are, I just was
So I get a question, like one thing are you noticing, like say for example for larger contracts, when a social procurement policy gets put in place and social values are being asked from the larger contractors, it allows these larger contractors to innovate themselves at how they can start creating, added value onto the services that they're providing, like the example of the truck. So it's, it really engages the entire community in sort of thinking a bit more about the larger value chain and what we're trying to create.
Yeah. Yes. And we see with the larger contractors, so we have to, change is hard, right? It just is. And when there's change, there's lots of discussion and sometimes resistant to it and sometimes not, right? And same as in the larger contractors, we're seeing some that are going, this is an amazing opportunity for us to not only, because I would say that some construction companies or large infrastructure, they're trying really hard to have like really positive relationships with local organizations, increasing employment for young people, finding ways to do trades and apprenticeships. They're trying that stuff. And so it allows those ones that are already trying to have that also be recognized and valued in their bids. And then the reality is that if this becomes the best practice, if it becomes what the customer wants, and I would see that governments are the customer of these infrastructure projects, is that then it allows those early adopters to sort of set that best practice, to have that be recognized and valued, and the other ones to learn from that and to also shift towards that. And we do see the ones that are sort of in that early adoption phase really excited. They're excited about the work that they're doing, the impact they have in community. And in some ways, especially with infrastructure projects, we're also seeing that when they come, if they're from outside, if they're big companies that are coming in and building, it allows them to build relationships with community that actually makes their job easier. It allows them to engage community, to demonstrate the benefit that they're providing in addition to an infrastructure thing, right? They're actually showing multiple layers of benefit, which makes it easier for them to get buy-in, to have all sort of some of the areas where they might have tension. It allows them to be able to navigate those.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the delegation. So my distant memory seems to tell me that there's some sort of fee involved with belonging. Am I correct or not?
There is. Erin, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so our membership matches our membership price for ADICC. I believe it's $7,000 or $8,000 a year. Is that
we don't.
Jane, Jane, do you know?
Yes, and it is based on population, so it's about $9,000 currently.
And Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. I've always been a big proponent of social procurement. I would remind folks, I'm not sure how many people know this, but I believe that Nanaimo actually sponsored a resolution to AVICC on social procurement. And I spoke to last council, when they were working on their policy on procurement, that they should be including social procurement, in which they promptly ignored me and did something else, which is why we're here today. And I think I would argue that one of your first slides where it says we weren't doing social procurement between 1700 and 1960, that we actually were, because back then everything had to be bought locally anyway, and everybody had all the spaces set up and the systems set up for local and helping out the community. And we moved away from that, and now we're trying to move back from that. I firmly believe that a good policy at the higher levels will allow each of the departments to see how do we fit, our particular purchases fit within this policy. And the policy is going to be based, I'm assuming, on a strategic plan as well. And I see it as kind of like a point system, not unlike how we do our density bonusing, where you have to have X amount of points, but it doesn't necessarily matter where you get them from. So you could be doing one thing in this area, and it gets you a little bit better higher up than the big folks who are maybe doing something over in this area. And that's what our policy will say is, how do we value that point system? And then once it's out there, then everybody knows what it is. My question on this is pilots. I'm wondering why we have to go that route, because as far as I know, most of the bigger corporations already have social procurement policy embedded in them. They already know what it is, they know how it works, because they have to deal with this in other municipalities who have done this prior to us. So why could we just not have a policy, implement the plans, and then go? Because I'm kind of like that kind of a guy.
No. Through the chair. We want to have a policy, we want to have pilots so that we can make sure that we're gauging our success on some of these pilots. We don't want to just dive in, do the purchase, move on to the next purchase, move on to the next purchase. We want to identify specific areas where we want to really drill down and see, did we make a difference? Is it a change? Is there a change in culture? Are we seeing better results based on the goals that we've got set? That's the reason why we call it pilots, because in our day-to-day, that's our typical norm. We don't go back and do very much assessment on them. But if we identify them as pilots and make sure that we're doing the deep dive on them after the fact, sort of doing the forensic, did it achieve what we needed to do, or do we have to ask different questions? So it becomes a learning tool for us, and that, I think that's maybe the word pilot is maybe misconstrued, but that's the reason for that.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Going back to the Northwest PTA agreement, because I'm just reading it here, it says it does not permit provincial treatment of local suppliers. So how do you get around that?
So I want to clarify that, because I was just going to respond to that. You can't limit your competition to local suppliers. So that is not allowed within the trade agreements, and that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about integrating social value. So you can ask for social value, such as we'd like you to employ local people, right? So you can put that kind of social value in, and anybody can come in and say how they're going to do that, or we want to see a certain amount of women in trades, apprenticeship, or we want to put in, you can put those things in and everybody can respond to that. So you can't limit by geography. What we see is that when you integrate a social value and you ask for some of those things, that it levels the playing field for local suppliers to respond to those bids in a different way. So
I think that's open to interpretation, but we'll see once it gets there.
yeah, I mean, if you would like, we can have David come and talk about the actual
No, it's okay. I can do it
agreements,
myself.
because,
I know-
yeah, if you can do it,
I know.
yeah. Or you can call Larry, who's our procurement
Yeah, no,
advisor, and
yeah.
ask through that. So from what they talk about it, is it's pretty, they absolutely don't want to open people up to liability, so it follows the requirements of the trade agreements.
Thank you.
And I actually have no further speakers. Oh, sorry,
Thank you, Chair, if I may.
Councillor Thorpe.
Just for my understanding, I want to go back to Councillor Turley's point. So if I understand this correctly, staff are going to be refining our policy or adding a layer to it. What is the $7,000 for?
9,000.
9,000, it's going up. It's inflation. So honestly, I don't know. What are we paying $9,000 for? Technical advice?
That is exactly, I'm sorry, through the chair to you. That's exactly right. We are a membership of 20 communities now. We're learning from each other. There's a database that has been set up for us to be able to look at what their best practice is and maybe draw on their experiences. They offer training and to all the members free of charge. I know there's one other thing, I'm forgetting what it is, sorry. Consultation, thank you.
Yeah, so under CCSBI, we deliver training education, so half day and full day training on Social Procurement 101, Social Procurement 201, Social Procurement 301, helping identify and develop social procurement policies, helping to provide consultation around how to build a social value criteria, and then supporting around RFP review services is what we provide. Looking at how we create a database, I want to say not like a database loosely, of suppliers that are delivering social value, building capacity in your supply chains at the local level. So I've done training in Nanaimo and Campbell River and Cowichan and Powell River, all with local suppliers to say this is how you get ready to respond to social procurement bids. And so it's really that ecosystem support and capacity building for us as a region to learn and integrate the best practices of social procurement.
I've got Councillor Bonner now, and then I'm going to say, and I'm going to wrap it up because we have other things to move on to.
My only say is that we already had a big meeting on this, in which this council decided to spend the $9,000, and we had it all explained there. So thanks for going over it again.
And I'll just end it with what my knowledge is out there. This is, I wouldn't even say this is a trend. This is a movement. And I think this is in response to what has happened over the last maybe 4 or 5 decades of globalism. And it's about BCAA is becoming a social enterprise. There are corporations, this will be the name of the game, is what are you doing in your local communities to create employment, to protect our environment, and to build a better world. And so I look at this as definitely a new movement, and I welcome it. Thank you. Okay. We can move on. We have the Advisory Committee on Accessibility and Inclusiveness.
So, thank you, Chair. I'm going to be turning it over in just a moment to Natalie Sonneville, who's going to give you a brief presentation on this. And this presentation is a follow-up from your October 7th Governance and Priorities Committee, where you asked staff to go back with the terms of reference and get some public engagement and consultation regarding those terms of reference, just to see if it was the right fit, if this was actually really what the community needed, wanted, etc. So Natalie's going to go over the public engagement and survey that we did and the results that we have had, and I'm going to go sit next to her to help and support her.
Thank you.
She was wondering why there's so many engineers.
Yeah.
Presentation.
You would have made me laugh.
What values?
And just while we're waiting for the microphone, a follow-up point is, I'm introducing this because we're still at the terms of reference stage for this committee. However, when and if it's up and running, Mr. Harding here will be the actual staff liaison looking after this, as he has the most background and it fits best in his area. So take it away, Natalie.
Well, good afternoon. Thanks, Sheila, for the opportunity to report back to you all today. As she mentioned, this was first brought to you in early October, the idea of this committee, and it was decided at the time for us to do some public consultation and come back with some input in regards to that. So here we are. So the mandate Okay. So the mandate for this committee would be to promote social and political equity within existing and proposed city plans, policies, bylaws, and infrastructure, and to make recommendations to ensure that they are inclusive and accommodating to citizens of all ages, abilities, and walks of life. That mandate supports the vision laid out in your strategic plan, and some of the objectives that the committee would be undertaking would be identifying barriers and best practices, making recommendations for improvements, reviewing city plans, policies, and procedures, and also assisting in developing a strategy for increased engagement and public awareness. So as part of our public consultation, we conducted a survey in early November seeking feedback on the draft terms of reference. You'll find the results from that in your agenda package, which hopefully you've had a chance to read over. I just wanted to highlight some of those findings. So there was 135 survey responses received, and those, some of the highlights from that indicated that 82% were very much in support of the committee being created, 79% very much in support of the committee's mandate and objectives, and 61% felt the committee's name definitely reflected its mandate. In terms of membership, 50% of the responses indicated that they were very much in support of the membership as listed on the draft terms of reference, with about 31% somewhat in agreement. And then reviewing feedback from the survey, the one theme that stood out more than others was the desire to see Indigenous representation of some form on the committee. There were other suggestions and input given, which are all listed in the survey summary form, but with 17 submissions indicating this, it was the one comment that was the most predominant. And so, based on the feedback, we're presenting two terms of references for your consideration and discussion today. Both documents include a member nominated by each of the groups listed on the original terms of reference. So that includes Child Development Center, Island Health, Vancouver Island Multicultural Society, the Nanaimo Association for Community Living, the Nanaimo Pride Society, the Nanaimo Seniors Task Force, the Nanaimo Youth Services Association, School District 68, and United Way of Central and Northern Vancouver Island. And these groups were chosen with the intention of ensuring a broad and diverse representation to those individuals most affected by issues related to accessibility and inclusiveness. And I want to add that as part of our consultation process, we did reach out to each of these groups to get an idea of whether this committee is something we'd be interested in supporting, and all of them responded expressing interest in seconding involved, if council so. So here we are. So attached to your agenda, you'll find the two terms of references. The first version, attachment A, is quite similar to the one brought before you in October. The one change on both documents is based on a previous discussion you had. We've reduced the frequency from once a month to once every 2 months. So it would have 2 members of council, 9 members appointed from the various groups previously mentioned, and 2 members at large. And then the second attachment, which is attachment B, sees the same groups listed as well as 2 members at large, and then the difference there would be reducing the number of councillors from 2 to 1, with an additional member at large added representing the Indigenous community. There's no...
Councillor Armstrong?
For discussion through the council, if we're gonna, we've talked about bringing back the youth advisory committee, it was on hold, so would we want to still have that on there, or if we're gonna have that, that would free up another position? I just want to throw that out, because if we are going to go back to youth advisory council, why do we have to have a youth advisory on that particular committee? And then that would open up another position. So I just wanted to throw that out. If we go back to that, it's almost like we're doubling up. Just throw that out for discussion. May I have a second point?
Councillor Philip, and then I'll come back.
Thank you.
If we're just discussing, I think that's a really good point, and maybe I was mistaken, but I thought the intent was that when we shut down the Youth Advisory Committee, that they would show up on this committee. Maybe I'm incorrect on that.
Just through the chair, I can respond a little bit to that. I think regardless of whether the Youth Advisory Council is back or not, the participation of youth and harnessing that insight from them on each committee as much as we can would still be a great addition to your committees. So I think youth would see that as well, and it would also, if we don't go back to the Youth Advisory Council, they're still being heard and we're still including them in committees as well.
Question. And my second point would be, I do like the fact that it's the Indigenous community, because once again, we do have the pod where Sanemo is represented, and there's really no place for any other Indigenous partners at the table, so I would like to see it from the Indigenous community, not necessarily from Sanemo, because we do have regular meetings. And off-reserve is much different than on-reserve.
I did have one note about that in particular, and the reason why we hadn't specified Indigenous representation on the first terms of reference was that our concern was that by nature of specifying one particular group or ethnicity, it would by nature of including them, it potentially exclude other groups from feeling like they would be invited on the committee. So that was our reasoning behind that, but of course we're wanting you to have the discussion about both options.
I have Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Chair. Couple comments. One, I'm supportive of version 2. However, I think this committee by nature is going to have more members on it, and it's going to be a bit different of a beast. And I think that having 2 council members present at the committee is good practice, and I think it allows, you know, councillors to keep an eye on one another, having so I would support version B, but with 2 councillors, and then also too with meeting frequency. I am cognizant. We could potentially be looking at more committees. I think we're starting to see a bit of where there is value of them, of their use, and just being mindful of staff time, potentially reducing the frequency of meeting for this committee to quarterly or 3 times a year, and then meet as needed. So say, for example, if there is a burning issue or a plan that needs revision and input, maybe there could be a scheduled meeting where the plan is introduced and gone over, and then the committee can meet again to discuss it further. But I would look at reducing the number of meetings to quarterly or 3 times a year, with the addition of being able to meet more if needed. Thank you.
So before further comments, thank you for that, Councillor Kesselbrock. The 2 versions, staff are recommending A. And the reason for that, as Ms. Bonigal pointed out a little bit, is by including the Indigenous community, we could be excluding other ethnic groups from being involved. However, it does not preclude you or prevent you from having Indigenous community representative for your at-large members on the attachment A. So there is still that option, and just the reason that we are providing you both examples is because the most prevalent comment that we did hear back was somebody from the Indigenous community, with some being specific to SFN, some being specific to the Aboriginal community. So we just put Aboriginal community in the second terms of reference, but it is council's decision.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmons. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, a couple of comments or questions, if I may. First, I note on page 14, the reference, somebody asked, there were some really good comments, I thought, in our handout. And one of them referred to which communities are included in best practices in other communities, and that's something I'm always interested in. So I'd be interested in a comment about what you saw as best practices, Ms. Bonigal. I also want to really congratulate you on your efforts to put together the terms of reference on this. I think it must have been extremely difficult. And quite frankly, my concern over this has always been that if you put in one group, you're leaving out others. And I think that's reflected, on pages 15 through 18, basically. And there's some really good organizations that are mentioned that I'm not sure are represented. So that's my personal reservation about this whole process and the terms of reference. Having said that, again, I think you've done a very good job. But I'd like your comment, before we look at A and B, I'd like your comment about that concern, that so many organizations or groups of people that are possibly marginalized one way or the other might not be represented on this committee.
So through the chair, I'll answer your first question first. So there was 4 communities in particular that have very similar groups that are working right now.
Okay.
And so those were the groups that I looked at the most. And so those communities were Maple Ridge, Kamloops, Victoria, and Prince George. So in terms of looking through the different documents they have and what seems to be working, those were sort of the basis for that. And then, I mean, exactly, you've touched on it there. It's within a group like this, the difficulty is not narrowing in too much to any particular demographic, because then, you know, if you say choose Island Deaf Hard of Hearing, then what about those struck by spinal cord issues and those that have developmental disabilities, and kind of goes on and on. So what we hope to do was, by choosing sort of umbrella organizations that would encompass many of those things below it, such as Island Health, Child Development Center, and Nanaimo Association for Community Living, the hope was that they have experience with people with different issues like that, that they would be able to help support and bring those issues to light.
Okay, that's a good answer, thank you.
And Councillor Armstrong.
I'm going to throw something else out. I think this committee should be broken down into 2 categories. It could still be meeting on the same day, but it is like the person said there, that disability and accessibility issues are very, very different than issues like youth, LGBT, etc. They're much, much different issues. And where do you draw the line? You're never going to get it with them. It's going to be very difficult to chair a committee like that, because you're going to be looking at it from so many different aspects and avenues. So I'd almost like to break it down. It could still be the same committee, but break it down. In the first hour be accessibility issues, and the second hour be inclusiveness, because I think it's going to be very, very difficult to manage that number and focus on what we need to focus on. I'm also very concerned if we only meet three times a year, when one of the mandates is to provide input on all city plans. That's a huge mandate. There's city plans going forward once a week. So I think we need to really look at that. This has always been a committee I've struggled with. I think accessibility is really important, inclusiveness, but I think if we're going to have that broad mandate, how are we going to enforce it to ensure that that's being done, or do we pick which projects that are looked at from that lens? I think there's a huge amount of issues we haven't even addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Croak.
Thank you very much. Through you, I want to thank Ms. Monagle for her work as well. This is the fundamental problem, and Councillor Thorpe has pointed out. When you deal with groups, you make assumptions about their members, their causes, their philosophy, principles, all of those things, as opposed to simply asking the larger community, those of you who are interested in this issue. We set up an environment committee, we set up an economic development committee. We basically said to the community, you step forward, those of you who have enough interest. There's an old line in politics, give the nominee, if you've got 5 equally qualified candidates, give the nomination to the person who wants it the most. And I think the people in this community who have a great deal of concern about these issues in the broad sense are people who would step forward. And so I'm not saying we necessarily throw out the whole concept, but it does solve the issue of which groups, because quite candidly, I met with Linda Dirksen, as I mentioned the other day, who is at VIU and leading the charge up there around accessibility. If there was ever a place where accessibility was an issue, it's Van Crowell University, and the work they've been able to do. She or the young woman who's finished her master's, who's working with her, Lindsay, would be an obvious candidate if they application came before me. I'd want them on as a member at large, but I suspect there's more than 2 of them in the community on that side of the issue alone. And so I throw it out for council's consideration that given the numbers of organizations, and there are numerous ones, and Ms. Monagle tried to sift through all of them and keep the peace, so to speak, and pick them, maybe this is a committee where we might want to consider doing the tough work of reviewing individual applicants as opposed to organizational representation. I'm not always convinced that organizational representation is of any value, and in particular, I'm going to be quite blunt about it. 1 member nominated by Island Health. So how's that working out in the Health and Housing Task Force? I want people who want to participate and participate seriously, because if this is a serious issue, and it is, then it deserves serious people in it.
Can I follow up?
Yeah, actually, with your I've got Councillor Brown first, and then I've got you down, Councillor Kesselbach. Unless Councillor Brown wants you to, that she speak
It's been a lot. I'll forget about it. I'm forgetting about this, what I wanted to say as we move past. Thanks so much for this work. I know it's an extremely challenging topic, but I firmly believe that the challenging work is the work worth doing, so thank you for spending the time. I know it couldn't have been easy. With respect to the Indigenous representation, I do think in our country there's definitely a difference between ethnicity and those with Indigenous backgrounds, and how we approach that needs to be a little different. And so I definitely can understand those comments in the survey, and I think it's an important consideration in how we handle it. I think that's for us to decide, but I would be in favor of sort of narrowing the scope. I echo Councillor Guess. I think there's always a danger of committees getting too large, but sometimes, again, that messiness might need to be stepped into a little bit, particularly around issues around accessibility and inclusiveness, but I would strongly support a two-member appointment from council. One, I do think it's important, especially on some of these issues, that we get the viewpoints expressed at the committee, those maybe just slightly different perspectives being, again, communicated to the council table. But I also think it's important that it can be nice to have someone backing you up when you're trying to chair a meeting, and especially of a large committee size, that can call points of order and give the chair a little bit more power on how they do that sort of thing. I think Mayor Coe actually introduces some interesting points there, actually, around all members at large, and I'd be really curious to know where the rest of council, because on one hand I can see the value in identifying some organizations and bringing some little bit of structure, but some of the actual comments that I'm not sure, I didn't see them captured here, but people that reached out individually, some people within organizations, some of these organizations were very enthused, and I think some of them would probably get the nod, but I don't know. That's obviously, like most organizations, somebody will decide who attends. But then I did receive a lot of feedback that folks really thought there was too many organizations represented, and that council would probably be in a better position to go through resumes, and the folks that work within some of these organizations that are interested would probably apply. So I'm really curious to see how that comes. Overall, I'm very supportive of the two members of council, and I'm really interested in this discussion between the members at large and appointed by organizations.
And Councillor Kesselbach.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just sort of building off the mayor's comments, I can see how having set organizations, there could be some political implications, and there's merit looking at it as all members at large, putting out the request to organizations for them to refer folks to join. I do like the idea of having members of organizations at the committee, because I just think of like networks of networks, and so you have the Multicultural Society present, and then they have access to a whole network of folks. So if you have a question specifically about integration of refugees in our community, all of a sudden you can have access to not only the members sitting on the committee, but also they can put that out to their membership and folks that they work out. So I think that there's a lot of merit there, but maybe we can attain that. And I'm just curious to ask the question to staff, when you consider the idea of having specific organizations on, or at large, and those sort of political implications that it could have to choose one instead of another that's similar, what your thoughts were on that, and just sort of where your discussions led you when you were contemplating those issues.
I know for myself, when I was sort of working through it, going through some of the terms of references and the way they were structured from other communities and what seemed to work for them. So I believe it was Kamloops that had a similar way of having a nominated member from different organizations. And that was sort of
way behind that, Richard.
So that's good, so we're just trying to look at some best practices, and we mentioned at the last council meeting, what were some other communities doing? We could do something, we could just kind of do something completely different, we haven't had one like this before, so we're trying to see what some other communities were doing.
Yeah, my thoughts, it's interesting we could achieve sort of both, where we put out the call for members to these organizations, and then it can be up to council, and I think it's just how can we navigate sort of the political implications given our specific context here in Nanaimo. And just the other question I did want a bit more discussion on, it's like, I guess my concern is sort of in the history of committees, I've had feedback from individuals that if the committee is meeting every 2 months, and sometimes there's just not the work plan to provide. Not saying that there's a ton of work this committee needs to do. My hate is for staff to having to be rushing around trying to figure out some work that needs to be done for the committee, and then the committee members also feeling that focus. So if we sort of undercommit to set meetings like 3 a year or 4 a year, and then if we're like, okay, we need to have input on our official community plan or review whatever type of plan, then the chair and the committee can decide, okay, we're going to have 2 more meetings or whatever. And I just putting that out there I know Councillor Armstrong voiced some concern around that, but is there a concern on that?
So two things.
Ms. Gray.
Thank you, Chair. To your first point about membership and those interested in attending, and I actually don't mind either idea, the terms of reference that I presented to you or Mayor Krog's idea, because we did receive very positive, excited feedback from all of those organizations. So I think I could probably fairly say whether they were on the terms of reference as a membership or not, that they would want to be a part of that committee. At least I would hope that they would anyway, and they were very positive and excited about being part of the committee should you choose to have one. And on the second part, whether the terms of reference say 2 months or 1 month or 3 months, I think that this council and whoever chairs that committee would know and work with staff well enough to know, okay, we're just making work to make an agenda, there's nothing right now for them to do, so let's cancel the meeting, and or we have this big plan that we would like the committee to go through, so let's have a meeting once a month or a couple this month and none next month, depending on the workload. I think that we could work well enough that whatever schedule is set, we could adjust it based on workload and not have the meeting just to have a meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 comments and 1 question. First of all, with reference to a comment that was made earlier about no Indigenous representation on committees, we have 2 members of First Nation on the Economic Development Committee, Marilyn Thomas and Chris Beaton. I would also like to say that, and maybe it was the topic of the communities, even the first meeting we had this morning, there was 13 members on the committee, and I thought it ran quite smoothly, so it can be done, I think. The question I have is around cost. In going through the budget provisions, I did not see a specific line item for this committee. Maybe I missed it.
No. So there is a project cost, project bundles for committees under legislative services. So all of our committees have project lines for the year. So the Health and Housing Task Force, the Environment Committee, previous committees had a cost center. It's called My Projects for the year. So not like Bill Simms's projects. My projects are committees. And so there still is the lines for the committees that have been dissolved that would just now be created with these new committees.
So whatever the figure is it?
Yeah, and that's not for staff time though. It is only for like the logistics, the meeting rental rooms, the food and beverage that we sometimes get. So they're very small budgets.
So the staff time involved is you're not going to be
included.
You're not going to be hiring extra staff to cover it.
Depends how many more committees you want.
We got one in the budget.
Councillor Armstrong.
I agree with the mayor for the simple reason, having been in the RSMP and been told I've been going to all these committees, your senior managers are always happy, but sometimes the people that go aren't. So you don't always get really good input because they don't want to be at the table. I really think if somebody in one of those community groups is interested, they will apply. A lot of times, people in these different groups actually don't have the real life experiences. And I think real life experiences are a lot more important in some respects, like to hear from somebody that's blind what he's actually going through versus somebody that's read something from a paper. I think that's really important. So same thing with hearing loss. You know, everybody experiences hearing loss is different, their disability is different. So I would like to see it actually go to the community at large, and then we'd have to do the heavy work again. I think we're going to get a much better committee. Like somebody said, the Pride Society doesn't represent all of the LGBTQI, I think it is, whatever it is now, groups, right? So again, we're missing. So I would prefer that we just put it out and then we actually select from those that apply for it.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmings.
Thank you. Taking in everyone's comments, I just have a few things I'd like to say. One is a question from Ms. Gurry. So if we approve the budget as it stands with the new deputy city clerk manager position, I'm sorry, I'm getting the name wrong, does that increase the capacity of your department to support committees?
Through the chair, not initially, maybe some, but initially that position would be seconded to do a bylaw and policy review project. So there could be some additional capacity for work, and I'm not seeing, it's really hard for me to say, okay, this is how many committees we can have and we can't do any more, because there's a lot that depends upon it, and we can always make it work. It's just a matter of how hard we're working and how much overtime and running hard my staff can do. But we could manage this committee, and the OCP steering committee is going to be done by Mr. Lindsay's group. So we are working internally to try to manage our workload around that, but not initially. Initially, that position would be my coverage, so some backup and some work for sure, but mostly focused on that project because that's in your plan and it's a priority, and I would really need that focus to be put on that work.
So I'll just be frank and say I still have reservations about staff capacity and the number of committees that we're bringing on. I believe this conversation, that these terms of reference in this report are highlighting, are absolutely necessary. I'm just not completely sold that we need a committee to work through it, especially if the committee's meeting 3 times a year, and particularly as I'm reading the terms of reference, the primary objective of this committee would be to review draft policies and plans, etc. And my understanding of our engagement processes is that we go to the community and solicit feedback. Now, I think we saw at our last council meeting, there is a bit of a recruitment challenge around who we engage with. And that might be a broader thing for us to look at. So how are we soliciting the opinions of those underrepresented voices in our community? Is a committee the answer? I'm not sold, but I'm obviously curious about the conversation. Recognizing that this is such a vast issue in our community, I again still have reservations about tokenism and having one person represent a broader community perspective of an underrepresented voice. I don't think it's insurmountable, but I'm glad to hear that the groups expressed excitement and interest. I'd be curious about those who were left off, whether they would have expressed interest and excitement. I'm guessing so. So I would actually support this idea of going to individual applications. And I think that's it. Oh, and one question I did have, so this is probably for Laura. In our budget deliberations, and I flagged this at the time, the Environment Committee is budgeted at a much higher rate than all the other committees, and you two can just stop it. But my understanding of the reference was that we were kind of parking that money, recognizing that that will be pulled into other committees. That's my reading. Okay, thank you.
And
sorry, guys.
Ms. Gurry?
And just to, thank you, Chair, to comment to that, it was just it's actually Mr. Harding's fault, because it was a appropriation.
It drives the
Conservation Committee that had that budget, and I just like scratched that out and put Environment Committee, so he just, so he's the big spender.
Just aware of favoritism.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. I'm kind of leaning towards what the mayor has suggested.
Somebody get my heart.
And the reason being is, to me, I'm looking at the Indigenous aspect of this. Indigenous people of this country aren't a group. They were here 8,000 years ago with a thriving civilization when most of our ancestors were in caves painting stick figures on walls. So they're not a group, they're a part of this country. And to suggest that they're, similar to, say, the monarchist group or something else like that is just not the case. Not that anybody has. But I think we need to get away from this naming them as a group or even refer to them that way. And I really like the mayor's point is just, let's just ask for people that have experience under the following criteria. And then we'll pick from there based on our values of what we want to see moving forward. And that could include a whole bunch of things and should. And so that's kind of, if we are going to go with this committee, then that's where I would suggest we go.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you.
Yeah, the more I think about it, I'm in support of that. I have a question first and then if any follow-up comment, Chair. Through to staff, if we did go to a member at large sort of model, would we also be in a position that we could actually rank each of these organizations? Maybe we've identified it here as just saying, hey, by the way, we're establishing the committee. If you're interested, please have someone apply. Okay. I think I very much disagree with the idea that this is sort of tokenism. I don't think we should ever view committees as absolving ourselves of further engagement. I sort of come back to what Mr. Cuff said, that committees should be in service of making better decision making. And I think with respect to this topic, probably more so than others, I would argue, that having that discussion happen at a committee level is really important. And I don't want to just dwell on the example, but I think we all reflected on the example of the parking and that decision where
We could have referred it.
we could have referred it, or there should have been an engagement process that for whatever reason it just wasn't identified, and those things happen. And I think when you have a body like this, a committee like this, it's a place where when you're thinking about something, you can say, hey, you know what, this conversation might have some input and go through this filter and get back to council, or staff can go through that process as well as, hey, this thing exists, I'm going to run this through the committee first. So I think it has a lot of value just beyond normal engagement. The more we go about it, I would support the full member at large. I support the meeting schedule of 2 months and understand that a good chair in consultation with staff that are managing this committee well, probably managing up a little bit sometimes through the chair, we'll be able to identify when some meetings should be called in a more timely manner, and other times when we can sort of not have them. So yeah, Chair, when we get to a motion, I would happily move a motion with some amendments if that's where the conversation is.
Okay, I have one more speaker, Councillor Hemmons, conscious of the time, because we still have Mr. Sims to present. Is that very long? Oh. And then I just want to speak just a little bit before you make a motion, Councillor.
Okay, so I'll just be brief and say, I have a concern about this committee being tokenism. I'm not saying that it is. I think when with always the very best of intentions, we try to bring unrepresented voices to the table, we're not always successful. And recognizing that the mandate and the breadth, inclusivity and diversity diversity and accessibility, that is monstrous. So it's just, and I also would like to acknowledge there's no women-specific organizations on this underrepresented, you know, so we could make this as big as we want it or as small as we want it. I'm just saying this is one that I'll be watching closely to ensure that we are engaging well.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak, but I feel I should. I tend to agree with Councillor Hemmons on this. I have concerns about us gradually adding more and more committees back onto our slate. And looking at the example of the parking issue, you know, I'm not sure that decision would have been any different had this committee existed. I can't say for sure, but I wonder. As far as the other issue, it's always been my opinion, and I've stated it more than once, that an at-large system of enticing or asking for candidates is my preference. And so that would continue to be my vote if it comes to a vote.
It's your preference for at-large?
At-large,
Yeah.
yes.
And I think I'm the final speaker now before a motion comes forward. I would actually agree with those that have said the at-large members. And letting the organizations in our community that works with accessibility or inclusivity know, and their people can apply. We as a council will make the decision. I do also agree that including First Nations or Indigenous people, they are the first people of our lands, and this is all part of truth and reconciliation, is always making sure we're welcoming, and we're saying we want First Nations and Indigenous people at the table with all our committees. So that's just my personal opinion. So if you have a motion, Councillor Brown?
I do, quickly through you, just, was it, terms of reference A was the original? I want to make sure I get this right, okay. Yes. I would recommend that council establish an advisory committee on accessibility and inclusiveness with terms of reference A, including amendments for an at-large membership model.
Oh, with the amendment. Second. Moved by Councillor Brown, second by Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair.
That's
If I
good.
could just get clarification, if it would be 2 councillors, I got that. But would there be 9 members at large or 11? Because right now we have 9 members and 2 at large. So, 11. Thank you.
Seeing no speakers, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Turley opposing. And now we have Mr. Sims.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Rosen, my parents. Portion of the presentation, nearly as exciting as insurance, municipal insurance, is a manual of engineering standards and specifications. So, I said it wasn't going to be very long, but I was assuming that we were going to go till 9 o'clock tonight.
Let's roll.
Page 1. Mr. Rosen will introduce 2 of our staff members, Annalisa Fiske and Shauna Griffin, who worked extensively on producing this binder for your reading consumption.
Council. So engineering standards, the most engaging topic the last week, to make it interesting. I was going to say, you know that saying in law enforcement, they're going to throw the book at them? I think we found the book.
Doesn't happen anymore.
And just as a side note, when I was walking down here with it, I kind of hurt my arm and I'm so happy, so it's a pretty significant book. So this is our engineering standards. We've had them in place for a number of decades now, and they undergo revision from time to time, usually every couple of years. Sometimes they're minor revisions, sometimes they're major revisions. This summer, Council approved a minor update to the standards. This particular one that we're bringing forward is what we consider a major update. From my standpoint, it's the largest, most comprehensive engineering standards update in a generation. So to get that done, staff has been working very diligently at this for the past over a year now. We've mobilized expertise, subject matter experts from around the province and beyond to advise us on the best practices and how how to update these standards in the most effective way. Done a ton of public consultation, well, consultation with the engineering community, development community, and other special interest groups that have had an interest in this, and there's been a ton of effort going into this. So I'm going to introduce Jonah Brennan and Annalise Fiffy. They're going to go through some slides and walk us through some of the details, and I'll turn it over to Sean first.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Scary. And my name is Shauna Drennan, and I work in the Municipal Infrastructure Planning Group of the Public Works Department. I'm going to go over the, as a lead for this project, I'm going to talk about the project timeline and general overview of the project scope, and we'll touch base on the transportation components of it in particular. The Manual of Engineering Standards and Specifications, commonly known as the MOESS, or the manual, is Schedule A of the Subdivision Control Bylaw. As part of the bylaw, it provides the requirements for design criteria, product and material specifications, and installation specifications for city assets to be built in right-of-ways, road right-of-ways in particular. There are 14 sections in that book. They're listed there in their proposed new titles, with an introduction that explains the manual, as well as an appendix that has supporting documents and forms to help with information that's in the 14 sections. As Paul mentioned, there have been 12 revisions. This is number 13. We call them additions, so this is addition number 13. And every time we do a change, it's for a reason. This schematic shows the influence of the standards with how it influences our works and services done, as well as how things influence it and the changes that happen. Standard bodies and specifications like ASTM will provide recommendations on governing requirements, and studies and research development will provide recommendations on changes to our standards. The other great one at the bottom of the slide is a back and forth of influence. Bylaws that you pass will influence what changes in the manual, guidelines and strategies that are set out, and governing plans that the city develops will have a direct correspondence with the manual, and when the manual changes, updated bylaws and things will happen as well. This was the project's timeline. We started, as Paul said, a year ago. We developed a project plan. We looked at what bylaws and strategies and guidelines have been proposed and passed, and what would affect the manual. And from there, we developed a project scope where we looked at which sections of the manual should have sectional reviews, which Paul mentioned are where we did a lot of extensive research, hired consultants. We had project managers for all of these that helped. A really great team effort to get to November 2019, when we developed, consolidated all that information into the review package. And now we are at a stage of taking feedback and refining it into a final draft to bring to you in January, February for the amendment to the subdivision control bylaw. We are proposing that it would be February 24th for fourth reading, and then we would work on the publication and refining it into a final document, no longer a draft. What sections in the manual have had a lot of changes within this project? I gave you some little. A happy tree. A happy tree is the urban forestry management strategy representative. This helps us provide from that strategy requirements now in the manual to help protect our urban forests and provide the guidelines for the tree protection management plan and things like that. Then the cross-connection control bylaw, section 5 and section 14 landscape had the for water distribution and water protection bylaw passed in the spring for cross-connection control, and that provided input and recommendations for the manual. The GIS strategic plan, we always take steps to update our section 1 to get to where our strategic plan would like to be when we inherit digital assets for our infrastructure from our projects that are built. A few other sections, materials and aggregates. There's 3 sections that now are reorganized to give them a better cohesive feel in the manual, and sanitary as well. The section 6 gave us a best practices review and recommendation, and this helped give us more specifications that brought us up to state standards. We also added low pressure sewers into section 6 with this development, and gives us the opportunity to have that as a general requirement. And then last but not least, the Complete Streets Guideline helped us develop standards for complete streets and transportation sections. And this is going to
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We meet again. My name is Annalisa Fitzke. I'm a transportation engineer in the city of Nanaimo. Can I just ask how much time I have? Do I have 5 minutes?
Question period, questions.
Minutes. Okay, I can talk fast. Okay, section 8, transportation. So over the past year, we've been developing the complete street guidelines, which we're going to feed into updating the transportation standards. So historically, section 8 has been sidewalks and curbs. Section 9 has been roads, which fundamentally went against the whole idea that we're supposed to be designing our streets completely as one. So in doing so, in updating the standards and updating the cross sections, we then also had to look at section 10 to update the roadway lighting standards as well as the surface treatments in section 13. So in an attempt not to bore you with a bunch of engineering drawings, I have a bunch of pictures so that we can go through them. So why are we doing this? We're wanting to increase the safety for all modes. So for pedestrians, in engaging, like I said, I spent the past year engaging with the community, with the engineering firms, with different user groups, talking about safety for pedestrians, and their, the pictures speak for themselves. Pedestrians would prefer to be on a sidewalk and they would prefer to be separated from the traffic. Another big topic was cycling facilities. And just the wide range of different cycling facilities that there are. They are currently the most underrepresented user on the road. And so it was really important that we kind of engage with the public to find out what facilities they feel comfortable on. It's not just the levels of service, but it's the levels of safety and the levels of perceived safety. And what we're finding with our current cross sections that include painted bike lanes is that it's only targeting the strong and the fearless. So the people that would already be cycling anyways. So right now we're focused on the interested but concerned. To see the modal shifts that we need to, that were outlined in the Transportation Master Plan, we have to lean towards more separated facilities that more families and children feel comfortable riding. And because complete streets aren't just about cycling and pedestrians, we also had to look at vehicles. We had to look at how we can improve the safety. So this is a perfect table to kind of demonstrate to you. When we were looking, often the public approach us because they want traffic calming, because people are speeding and such. And so we're often looking at how can we slow people down. Well, in this process, we were looking at proactive measures instead of reactive measures. So one such method is narrowing street lanes. So as you can see, as you come further this way, Nanaimo's existing lane widths are between 3.2 to 4.3 meters. As you get too narrow, you start clipping mirrors and it gets dangerous. But when you're too wide, people have a false sense of security. They're able to distract and drive. And so what we're trying to do is narrow those
to try and slow drivers down and to make it more safe.
Can I ask a quick question on that?
Councillor Gis.
Thank you, Chair. Just so with the proposed changes, are we looking to change it to the third, like the third column?
Yes, we are. So right now, like the existing blue there,
Yeah.
3.2 is a turn lane.
Yeah.
4.3 would be a curb lane, or what we would both like up until this point have been shared use lanes, where cyclists and cars have to share that space. We're proposing 3.2 to 3.6 in the ideal, which is what the standards are kind of meant for like Greenfield. Like this is our ideal what we'd like to achieve. In retrofit scenarios, we may go narrower, depending. And you're probably wondering why we're not going to the safe zone.
That was my question.
Just the acknowledgement that we are in North America and we have to accommodate buses and fire trucks and the like. So that's primarily why.
Councillor Armstrong?
I'm going to take issue with your study fatality rate because many of those accidents are because of the tiny cars that they drive, small little bicycles, or not bicycles, but scooters with 5 people on. If you actually dig further into those studies, you'll find it's got nothing to do with the road design, it's the type of cars and how they're driving. Just throw that out because I've done a lot of studies on that. Been in some of those countries where it's just unbelievable.
Councillor Bonner?
Thank you. Just on that safe corridor again, I'm assuming Amsterdam, Berlin, Copenhagen, they all have buses too, correct?
Yes.
And do they run on those sides of streets?
Who's here? Councillor Bonner. Vehicle sizes are different.
They're smaller, much
Yeah, so
smaller.
even
Much
engaging
smaller.
with the fire department about this issue, I was told that in other, whether it be Asia or Europe, the fire engines are smaller. They'll send 2 small trucks instead of 1 big truck.
New Delhi just had 45 people dead because they couldn't get the fire truck down the street.
I'm just worried about Nanaimo right now. So who would make that decision to go from 3.25 to 2.80?
Who would make the decision? Can I call on manager of transportation?
I think what we're talking about here are the engineering standards. So these are the default standards that would be required. On a case-by-case basis, we might look at altering those standards to some degree, but there'd have to be a good rationale for it. And we would look at things like turning radius, vehicle access, and so on. So
I'm just sorry to delay this, we've got like 52 seconds now. Are we to vote on this thing in the next 52 seconds?
No.
Okay.
This is just an infographic to be able to show that it's dangerous when you go narrow and it's
Oh, no, it's not so much this particular picture, that binder.
Madam Chair, just can I clarify our schedule?
Yes,
So we
please.
scheduled the 3 o'clock F&A in case you were done early and you didn't have to
Yes.
wait. But if you go start your finance and audit at 4, that's okay. But this
Or
time-
3:15?
Yes, whatever time you choose. This way, we just kind of gave us a little overlap in case you went short with the GPC meeting. So you're good. You don't have 50 seconds left.
I would just point out that this meeting was a bit of a preliminary heads up on where things are going. So as Mr. Eden mentioned, the schedule includes an information report in January, as well as bylaw reading at the end of January, and then February, ideally before 3. So this is the first of, you'll see this again in a month.
Oh, Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure who, it's not transportation, although it has something to do with roads. I was told by a developer, and I don't always believe what they tell me, but the thickness of the asphalt on a road has gone up exponentially. Is that true? In these new ones, or is that, is it feeding the line?
No, there's some truth to that. So the driver for that, so in a lot of cases, the asphalt thickness, for example, on some roads has gone from 50 millimeters up to 75 millimeters. In some cases, it's gone up to 100 millimeters or 150 millimeters. And really what's driving that is asset management. We've seen a number of roads that have failed prematurely. One of the treatments that we try and employ when we're recapping a road is we call it a mill and an overlay. So that's where we come in with a grinder and we mill out the top layer and do an overlay. The problem is if we have 50 millimeters of asphalt, quite often there's a variation there. And if you less. If it's a little bit less, we end up blowing through the asphalt layer and it destroys the whole road. So what happens is we don't really feel comfortable quite often actually using that mill and overlay on a 50. So part of it is around asset management, making sure we're getting these assets that are lasting as long as we expect them to. And then when it comes time to actually renew them, we can employ these treatments in a reasonable way. And it's also consistent with other municipalities' best practices. And when we compare to like the City of Vancouver, for example, our asphalt and gravel standards are actually even less than theirs. So it's not that we're sort of being extreme, we're sort of just stepping in line with the norm right now.
So if I may, I have two comments. So I'm assuming then that, you know, the 150 mil wouldn't apply to every street. It's based on traffic volume, or is every street in Nanaimo, when it's redone, is going to go to that level?
A street with 150 millimeter of asphalt, well, that would be like an arterial like terminal or something.
And the other question I have is, given the thickness that you're going to, if you have to have a water leak underneath, is that going to increase the budget concerns for repair and maintenance?
So anytime we would have to restore that asphalt, certainly there would be more asphalt to place.
Dig it through this.
Normally the way we would do it is we would do a saw cut. So they'd be a little bit longer to do the saw cut, but to be honest, it's pretty trivial.
Thank you.
Councillor Gasselbrock.
Thank you, Chair. Just with the, do you have a few more slides to go through? I have questions in general, the whole thing, so. Okay, just in terms of like what areas get targeted for the updating, is it chosen just what sort of requires updating in the whole engineering manual? The reason why I'm asking is like, there's a lot of physical assets go into this. The standards determine a lot in terms of the look and feel of community, the environmental sustainability, these aspects. And I think just with climate change and environmental sustainability, wanting, you know, our engineering standards to be up to date, you know, on as all possible areas as possible would be the ideal. And I'm just kind of curious the process that is done when the information gets fed into it.
I'll build this one. So over the past, I think 3 revisions, Sean can correct me if I'm wrong here, but we've identified specific sections that we have sort of noted deficiencies in terms of best practices in sections. So we've been sort of targeting specific sections at each update. So like revision number 11, revision number 12. So a few revisions ago, we really targeted stormwater management. We really brought that up to sort of modern best practices. So with this revision, we're doing the same thing with transportation for the most part, as well as how we handle like materials and aggregates and a few other sections. But it really comes down to, we've kind of gone through, with this revision, we will have gone through the entire manual and brought everything up to sort of current best practices right now. But our normal process would be that consultants and staff and contractors and so on, they would make notes or suggestions as to what might be in need of improvement in the manual. And Mr. Reardon would keep track of those over the course of a year or longer. And then when we start the update process, we would sort of dive into those and seek out sort of subject matter experts and make sure that we're
Great.
We're bringing it up to cost.
And just to follow up on that, but if I may, I know Mr. Lawrence was working on a soils bylaw. Is that the same thing as the aggregate? Different. Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this, what are we trying to achieve? This is a typical kind of car-centric, very, very narrow sidewalks, and wanted to talk to you guys about how we achieve a complete street given a certain right of way. It's easy when you look at the standards and it's greenfield and you're constructing new, but how do we take something like this and make it a complete street? We widen the sidewalks, we introduce curb extensions, we have pocket parking in a center median, we put street lighting that is pedestrian grade, we add street trees, we add essential refuge islands for people to be able to walk across the street in 2 stages. And finally, we just acknowledge the close link between mobility and land use.
Cool.
I like that.
So where are the changes happening? In the the design and transportation master plan, they identified a number of mobility hubs, but the road classification systems didn't really meld with that. So what we've done is we looked at our locals and our collectors and our arterials, and in relation to the land uses, is it industrial, is it urban, or is it a mobility hub? Also, in updating our cross sections, when looking at all these, ensuring that there's complete modal separation with the different modes. And then also looking at intersection improvements for particularly people with accessibility issues, being able to improve our curb ramp design and also raise our local crossings. So where did some of these ideas come from? These are those snapshots from the ministry's road safety toolkit. So in the attempts for Vision Zero, they've come up with all of these different designs that communities can incorporate into their standards that help reduce risk and make our streets safer. So these are just some of the ones that we've incorporated into our standards. And then I wanted to kind of give you two visuals, one of a corridor and then one as an intersection that shows you kind of the before and after. So this is very similar to our minor collector, 2 lanes of traffic, separated sidewalks, and then they've added cycling facilities and done so behind the curb so that they can achieve complete modal separation. And then this is the one that I'm most excited about, the second down in Seattle, but the raised local intersection. So this is a collector, this is a local. Most people, the average person driving down the road doesn't know the difference. Higher volumes and speeds, lower volumes and speeds. As you can see, the kind of standard curb extensions, curb ramps, someone needing to walk, cross the street, go down the ramp, cross and go over. And then they raised it up so that the crossing is at grade. So someone that it has to have used mobility aids, is in a wheelchair or a walker, can walk at grade. It's a lot easier for a car to do this than it is for a vulnerable user. It also is a physical and kind of visual representation to the driver that you're going on a lower order of classification road, you need to slow down. There could be kids playing. Also, one of the reason I'm excited about this as well is because in the BC Community Road Toolkit, they have all the statistics on why they're recommending it. And this treatment is proven that it reduces crashes between cars and pedestrians by 50%, as well as cars and cyclists by 50%.
You've got Mayor Crowe.
We just had the presentation this morning about the water issues and flooding and whatnot. I'm looking at these flat surfaces, which look lovely and very great for pedestrians. What's the, where are we hiding the water that falls in Seattle? It rains there too. It's not being critical, but I'm very curious to know how they deal with that. I mean, I can see a grade here on the right, I think, but...
So most services would be graded at 2%. Also, this actually improves the scenario because right now when you have curb returns, the water will pool and then it'll get icy. And then that's when pedestrians slip and fall or a wheelchair slips. This keeps the water running on the road surface down the gutter. So yeah, questions. Kind of summarization of the new standards. We're going to be having separated sidewalks, separated unidirectional cycle tracks, narrower roads and trees to slow down vehicles, and just overall make everything safer.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
I don't have a question, Chair, but if you'll indulge a quick comment.
Yes.
I've expressed my gratitude to staff on this and enthusiasm already on the Metro project, but I think this is even more important is the standards. And just so the rest of council knows that, Paul, you mentioned sort of bringing us up to sort of best practices. In this particular instance, I would say that we are leapfrogging a lot of best practices common to North America, and really just cutting edge stuff. And so I think we need to be really aware of that. Obviously, we haven't adopted yet, and there'll be discussion on that. But I think rightfully so. This has been this Metro project, and I think these standards have been picked up by some of the leading thinkers in the world around what our streets can be. So I just say thank you so much, and extremely well done. And I look forward to this conversation in council as it moves forward.
Thank you. No other speakers? Thank you very much for the presentation. And you can keep the book.
Well. I went over, sorry guys.
Question period.
Oh, question period. Mr. Bill Manners on
Agenda planning.
I get this cards.
Pardon?
Agenda planning.
Oh, not quite yet. Agenda planning. Not quite yet. We've got one more topic. Agenda planning.
Madam Chair, Sheila's going to lead this for myself, but we do have confirmed our GPC agenda or schedule starting in the new year, and recommending that we not have a meeting on the 6th of January because it's been busy and do plenty of time for extra meetings. The strategic planning workshop with council is scheduled for the next scheduled GPC in January 27th, which is a larger day. I also believe the next tentatively scheduled, and I don't have it in front of me, is February 10th. There was an addendum sent out, which was the Arts and Culture Day. And there are other topics that I know we had the 2 notices of motion to move to GPC, so that has to get scheduled in, and then we will have to schedule other meetings, and in fact, we may want to spend some time just talking about this, early in the new year, about what is the schedule and how you wanted to see that unfold. Recognizing that we're now in a different kind of year than we were the first year. The first year, in large part, was orientation, large briefings and so on. Now we're moving into probably less of those and more conversational kinds of settings, but with the proper information in front of you. So I just wanted to mention that you're okay with the 6th of January, and then we may have to schedule a special one in advance of a council meeting or something like that in January if you wish, or we just go right to the strategic planning GPC, which is the 27th. So that's kind of where the schedule is right now.
Thank you. I have Councillor Hemmons and Councillor Bonner.
Thank you. Would this be the appropriate time to get new GPC topics onto the schedule? Okay, so I'd like to have a conversation about advocacy. It's embedded in our strategic plan. It's embedded in the terms of reference for the Health and Housing Task Force, and I think we're doing moderately okay around it, but I'd like to have a more fulsome conversation about what is effective. We have some really great experienced folks in the room. What works at the provincial level? What doesn't work? What's our plan around it? It's something we talk about a lot, but we don't seem to have a strategy.
Thank you. And Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to also flesh out what these GPC meetings are going to be about. Like, we have Arts and Culture on February 10th and
January 6th.
February 10th, new one here. And what is it going to be? What decisions are we going to make? What are we going to be discussing? So I can appreciate last year's been a learning curve. So we're now into year 2. I'd like these meetings to be focused around either having a really good conversation on it with the idea of possibly making a decision. Be that a policy decision, motions, something. So are we going to be talking about the 10-year plan for arts and culture? Are we going to make a decision on that plan? Are we going to be talking about something else and making a decision on that? Or are we going to be getting a presentation on what the city's doing on knowledge and culture, which would be nice, but I don't think it really pushes our things forward. So I would like to see help out staff by focusing what we want to actually achieve at these meetings so that they can bring exactly what we're going to need to make those decisions on that. That's one of the bits.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Grissbrook.
Thank you, Chair. Just to build on first the comments by Director Councillor Hemmons, I think I would definitely appreciate a conversation around looking at what our overall council advocacy strategy is. Say, for example, with the province, federal government, other regional districts, municipalities, with an added attention to the homelessness, health and housing task force and our work around that. So I would support a motion to have that as a GPC topic. And then with Councillor Bonner, I think the question of sometimes when we look at the schedule and we have a GPC set for something that maybe not be as direct, for example, arts and culture, that we have a process in place to have a conversation or give time for discussion to narrow down exactly what council is looking for when we're having that. And it's a bit more of a grayer thing of how we narrow it down to the point to have a discussion at the GPC. So I don't have any ideas of how that process would happen, but I would agree that probably would need to be a little bit more tighter and specific. However, I do notice the next one on women's participation in the city and Nanaimo Communities Task Force, child mind, that seems like quite a direct discussion with that direct outcome. It seems apparent. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Yes, to Councillor Bonner's comment around the arts and culture, the recommendation was passed, included 3 things, that the GPC was to be held with, including members from the arts community invited to discuss engagement and communication with the arts and culture community, the process for issuing grants related to the arts, and an update to the cultural plan for creative Nanaimo. So I think with that one there was a certain amount of specificity. And I just note that if we do want to see topics, I think our agreed mechanism was to put forward motions, so I would absolutely support a motion advocacy. I just would like to see potentially it, and I leave it to whoever moves the motion, but a focus on probably our most pressing issue, which is health, housing, and public safety.
Okay, Councillor Armstrong, then Councillor Hammonds.
I agree with Councillor Bonner. I think we have to make sure that staff knows what we want from the sessions, like for instance with the public safety one. The whole goal that I was looking for was should we be creating a community safety task force again? We never went there. And that's, I believe it's our fault for not giving the direction to staff. That's what we were looking for. I didn't want a general overview because we've had so many general overviews, and I can read it. I want to be able to get into the discussion so that this table can make recommendations to council, and then we make the decision at the council table. So I think it's really important that when we make our GPC stuff, that Mr. Rudolph understands what is the key goal we want to get from it. Like for when the transportation thing comes up, the key goal for I think a lot of people at this table is we want better sidewalks. How do we get there? And also the divided bike lanes. Like for me, I'm not about putting lines down the street. I want to see the divided bike lanes if we're going to do it. So I think those are things that I think we need to make sure that staff knows that this is what council as a whole is looking for. What are our options and how do we get there? What are our costs? And then we make our recommendations to council and we vote on it there. So that's what I agree with.
Thank you. I have Councillor Hammonds.
Thank you. Would it be appropriate to move a motion at this point for a GPC meeting on effective advocacy strategies of, say, the provincial government? Pardon me?
All levels of government.
All levels of government, thank you. With a particular emphasis on health, housing, and public safety.
Seconder?
Second.
Second by Councillor Armstrong. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. No.
If that would be all right, Chair.
Is this relating to the motion? Mayor Crowe.
It most certainly is, and I would have been happy to say it does relate to the motion before the motion was moved. It seems to me we struck a health and housing task force to give us, how shall I say, what we think is the best strategy to move forward with that issue. So with respect, I think that's, I don't disagree with the concept of the motion, but I would like to hear at some point, as we expect fully, a report from the Health and Housing Task Force that will give us some idea of what is lacking, what is needed, and what we will be advocating for from the provincial government, because the one thing we can all agree on is it's not our jurisdiction to build, supply, and provide the housing. We work with the province. So what is it that the province has done, is doing, or isn't doing that is important? So I will happily support the motion, but around the advocacy strategy, I look to the expertise of the task force as it exists to provide the guidance to council that I believe we created the task force for in the first place.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hammond, you wish to respond?
Thank you. So I think there's been some confusion between who does the advocacy, who leads it, what do we say? So, and I've heard conflicting opinions even at this table. So my sense is that the Health and Housing Task Force is going to generate the concepts, the ideas, understanding where the gaps are. But really, advocacy shouldn't rest with the task force. Advocacy rests with us. And so I'd like to know how we're going to do that when the task force does come forward with recommendations. And I'll, because I can see your face, I'm not quite buying this. I'll just throw out an example. So a recent meeting with the minister, it was great, but I'd like to be really clear about how we're requesting our meetings and whether there's a schedule of those meetings, how we're going to do official communications with the province, because to me it seemed to date a bit haphazard, and knowing what we're facing as a community, I'd like to be very strategic about it rather than when opportunities come our way to have those conversations.
Thank you very much. And so, on the motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And Councillor Gaspar, brief prior.
Well, I just had an idea just on process of, like, you know, when we're bringing ideas forward to the Governance and Priorities Committee, I think we agreed upon having a resolution form about what we want to discuss, and it could be worthwhile for councillors that do have ideas that they want to bring forward to check in with the CAO just on maybe wording and how to give it the particular focus that it's needed to be able to give proper direction to staff, just as an added consideration that we can be focused in our discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
I think we do need to add the social procurement to the GPC, because I think that's going to, and I think it should be the only topic of the day, because I think that's going to generate a lot of conversation around everything at the, and she had 20-somethings to look at. Like, so that I think it's going to take a fulsome afternoon of discussion as what we want to see, because there are things on the line.
Okay, Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Chair. Just in response to Councillor Armstrong, I think the idea with that is she's going to set up times with you, and I'm going to help with the logistics of that. If after she's had that conversation with each of you and it needs to come back here for we can put that down as a GPC topic after, or you can do that now with the understanding that it would be an after that interview.
I think it should be done at this table. I don't think it should be done individually, because I want to hear what other people have to say, because I may change my mind based on it. So I think it's a council decision, but I don't think it should be done individually myself, but I'll listen to hear whatever people say. I think it's, we can each at this table say this is what I believe to be important, and we may, like we did, we put up the 5, pick the top 5 and look at what they are, because I think if we do it individually, it's just going to be, can't think of Jean's last name, but she's going to be, it just, to me, it's not going to get anywhere, because, I may have 4 that nobody else wants, so what a waste of her time. I think it's better if we set it down at the GBC and really have a fulsome discussion as what do we see as our priorities, and I think there's ways that Mr. Rudolph has shown us in the past to get there, with
Dots on the wall.
Yeah, like I think that's the way it should be done. I think it'll be much more effective, and I think it's a better use of staff time, because at the end of the day, it's going to come back to this table anyhow. No matter what each of us individually wants, it's got to be a council decision. Right? I mean, let's forget, GPC's only making recommendations, it's decisions.
Councillor Hemmings and Gaspar.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Armstrong that should be a group conversation and learn from each other. I'm not sure if it requires a GPC, or maybe just, I'll leave that in staff's capable hands. My comment was inspired by Councillor Brown's motion around the arts and culture and including the voices of community members. And we've kind of hashed this out before, and I would just like to lay on the table that when we first envisioned the GPC, we did envision bringing community members to the table, and it's a piece that we haven't quite nailed yet. So I'd love to talk more about that.
Mr. I know you're kind of spitballing things, and if we did that in a sort of a strategic way, I'm just wondering if you'd be interested in a dedicated afternoon, maybe not the 6th of January, but the 13th or 20th. Yes. where we reproduce the terms of reference for GPC, we kind of rehash this, and we come, maybe be asked to come with your top 5 or 3 topics, and we just kind of work our way through a process of this discussion. And maybe then we end up with the goal being clarity around what we're doing, how we manage our time, and what are the, what are the goalposts for each of them, and a bit of a list of topics. And with each of those, you will always have the opportunity in advance of that to shape what you're asking for at those meetings. So we should do that far enough in advance, so if we schedule like 3 or 4 months worth of tentative times for big topics, what's the expectation you need? So it sounds like we need a little time to be just focused on this, and the 27th is really all about the strategic plan and that type of thing. So we do have those 2 Monday afternoons in advance, the 20th and the 13th. Forgetting which days are council there. 13th is a council meeting and the 20th is nothing. So it would be, one of those 2 days, would that make sense to say we've got 2 or 3 hours where we're blocking it off and we just have a special GPC on this whole thing, and we try to give you, it's your day, but try to shape it a bit. Would that work for you?
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of kicks us off into the strategic plan conversation anyway.
Point of
I
clarity.
had council, guess about you were next anyways.
Okay, just a point of clarity on your comment, to have a GPC on the GPC or a GPC on social procurement.
I'm afraid that's true.
Okay, GPC on the GPC, okay.
Well, let's call it.
That's very meta.
Let's call it governance, our governance and our annual, our sort of
check-in.
Our check-in on that, and it's also a schedule building exercise. So you might tweak the terms of reference, or you also identify some process and maybe some topics to build it out, and we can sort of agree as to the target dates for certain things to come forward.
Just my question now. I think that's a great idea, Mr. Rudolph. I'm looking forward to it. Just on the social procurement comment that Councillor Armstrong made, I think that with the consultant coming, I think that it would be ideal to have the consultant come and work with all of us together as a group, whether that's at a GPC or we can call it something else, but together as a group. That's my thread. I've flawed.
And I've got you, Councillor Armstrong,
This is my
and
last
then
one.
we're going to wrap it up.
I just want to know about the strategic planning, because no offense to the RDM, but having sat through an hour of what we did well, it was a waste of my time. And I think in Council Brown, most of us agree. So I want to know what that's about, because I don't want to sit here and go over for 2 hours what we did well, because I can read it. So I think it's something really important. I think that was the message that came out of that. It's like, if I can read it, I don't want to hear about it as strategic planning. It's about like, where do we move forward from here, or what did we do bad? In my opinion, it's more important than what we did well. So just wanted to throw that out, because I know there was a lot of comments at the strategic plan. No offense.
I don't agree, but I'm not offended. Well, just the principle of, I think it's a good idea for you to at least provide for an annual check-in on your strategic plan. Make sure that it's still real for you, that it doesn't need some adjustments, and that we are on course to delivering. So where we haven't done a great job so far is building it down into, so we've got a clear path. How do you measure progress? And I think the RDN has done a better job, and it's clear in that regard, to be honest. And I think we need to have linkages, clear linkages with our business plans, performance measures, and all those types of things. So there's a bit of a, we just need to spend a little time making sure we're all on the same page in terms of the big picture. And that the work plan that's emerged is aligned with the strategic plan, and that you are committed to the strategic plan and we stick with it. In addition to the other things that kind of come along as we do our business, because 20 to 25% of things that I think staff often find themselves are involved in, or in council too, or things you couldn't have predicted. Weather events, or economy, or provincial government does something, or whatever. So there's a lot of change, so we have to be nimble.
Thank you. Thank you. And so now we will invite Mr. Bill Manners, who wants to speak to Agenda D1.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. I had a couple questions.
You have to go to the front, though.
Up there?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. I had a couple questions. The first one was relating to the accessibility and inclusiveness. I'm going to put that in an email to you, so keep an eye out for it. I won't waste time because we're way behind schedule. My second question was relating to the MOES update. I'm not sure how many of you know what elephant feet are. When you see a crosswalk and you see the dotted marks outside the crosswalk, that means it's safe for bicycles right across. We have one at Cypress. I would like to ask staff if they would consider putting elephant feet on all the crossings on the bicycle path along E&M. Because I have yet to see cyclists get off their bike and walk. What elephant feet does is it designates that it's safe to ride your bike across. It lets motorists know. It lets pedestrians know. It lets everybody know. So would that be a consideration?
So two questions. One is whether or not we would put them in the standards, and the second is would we put them on the ENN? Is that?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So the reason they're currently not along the ENN is because of Highway 19A being a provincial highway. Up until this point, they haven't been open to it. That being said, in June, they came out with the provincial government came out with their active transportation design guidelines that included elephant speed. So it is now a conversation that's being had.
So it is being held.
There's a conversation with the provincial government to hopefully one day soon be able to.
Okay, if we don't do it, would it be possible to put up signs saying please do smile?
I think there already are.
Not on all of them.
Some of them are really, really faded.
Okay, my last question, I'm trying to make this quick. My last question is time management. I've mentioned this before and I'll mention it again. Right now, we're 35 minutes over the meeting. Is there some way that we can put the meetings together that allows time for the meetings to happen before the next meeting?
Well, we're only half an hour, so I think with the multiple discussions we've had, been pretty good, but Ms. Gurry?
Thank you, Chair. So just to Mr. Manners, we purposely scheduled the Finance and Audit meeting at 3, knowing this wouldn't end at 3, but thinking it might possibly end early. But if we don't schedule the Finance and Audit until 4 or 4:30, we cannot start the meeting until 4 or 4:30. We can't start a meeting early, but we can start it late.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
And with that, I'm going to ask for adjournment.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Brown, seconded Councillor Bonner. All those in favor?
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Where are you going? It's Finance and Audit.